Greetings, sire.
I am alive!
It's alive!
Greetings!
We are the Forsaken.
I shall keep my end of Baal's bargain.
Hello everyone, welcome. Happy Thursday. Welcome Pairtwise, Wincinoman, and Pardon the Slayer. It's great to see all of you, and of course any lurkers who might be in chat. I hope you are having a fine Thursday so far. And I got a small announcement to make. You know, if you're on Discord, chances are you have already seen it. I have implemented a...
Become my apprentice. Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
Overwhelming. I have implemented an auto-roll system for people to choose their preferred gender pronouns. If you want to do that, it's not mandatory at all. It's entirely optional, but if you would do that, it would be nice so that people wouldn't have to assume how to call you. It would reduce awkwardness. So it is there for anyone to use and assign themselves one of the 3 generally used gender pronouns as roles, so that they are visible by anyone. Anyway, that's the only bit of small news I have today. I'm still slightly upset about yesterday. I couldn't really sleep well, and I woke up with a bad headache today. I had to start the day with a painkiller, basically. That's never good for me, you know, I feel sleepy throughout the day when that happens. So I might not be that energetic today, but I'm still excited to go back to Neverwinter nights and, you know, make the day better for myself and hopefully for you. We have... Yeah, I'm feeling okay now. The headache is gone, but, you know, I didn't sleep enough and then took a painkiller, which will probably somewhat make me drowsy until I go to sleep tonight. But I'm feeling alright now, and maybe the game will energize me. I'm hoping so. And so yeah, since we don't have any early boosts or anything, I shall jump right into the game. I gotta stop staying up so late watching news play Skyrim. That was some of the best time of my day, Wincinoman. I'm really happy that you streamed some Skyrim, some extra stream time yesterday. It is so chill and, you know, calm, enjoyable. So yeah, we left here yesterday. I played a few minutes just to look around. I saw that this exit to the desert is not actually an exit. You can't go there. It says that exit leads to the desert and you don't have anywhere to go there, and doesn't let you transition to any other map. So basically, this exit to the what was it called, the Valley of the Winds, is the only place we can go, and that's what we are going to do. I had the gifts, amulet and ring. You might remember some of the AO followers thought that we were AO's incarnate, avatar incarnate, even though we were clearly not, but we were given an amulet which turned out to be, as I guessed, Amulet of Natural Protection +3, so pretty much useless, along with a Ring of Protection +3. I sold them. I set up my hotbars, you know, tidied them. They look better now, and I am ready to continue from where we left off. How are you? How has your Thursday been so far? Let's start the timer and jump right into the game. Okay, I just leveled up. Religious devotees gifted me with items thinking I was their god. I sold them to a local vendor. Exactly. What else should I have done, Barden? What would you have done? We cannot get spellcraft, right? No, it's discipline time. Put them in a bag of holding in case you need them for later. Why would you need them, Barden? They are a natural, you know, armor +3 amulets, the kind of which we find all over the world, and the ring of protection +3. Oh, okay. This is great. This is so great. We can finally pick up weapon finesse. You never know. Be prepared. I am prepared, though. I am. Look at what I have here. I have an amulet of natural armor +5 and a ring of protection +5. Why would I keep +3? They are subpar. Anyway, I didn't realize we were going to get defeat at this level.
New channel SFX request by Vinci Noman.
Wait, what am I doing? This is not a boost. I'm sorry. Be prepared, Scar. What is that? What is Scar, Vincino? So yeah, I had switched to dexterity equipment from strength equipment to maximize my AC, which has cost me a lot of AB. Since I didn't have weapon finesse, now that I do, yes, my attack bonus has jumped from +16 to 23. That is amazing. How did it jump from +16 to 23 though? It should have gained 9 points. Oh well, I don't remember. I don't know how many we gained, but yes, we gained a lot. From the Lion King, if you could find it, it was +14. Oh yes, +14, not 16. Yes, I gained +9 from +2 to +11. Anyways, it is an amazing, amazing jump, amazing buff. So yeah, I needed that. The next one we are going to take, the next hit we are going to take is going to be improved two-weapon fighting for an extra offhand attack. Okay, time to go. Oh, can we level Xanos up?
What do you want?
No, he probably leveled up already. It did. So he should have access to Circle 8 spells now that he's level 16. Let's see.
What do you want?
I don't see anything new. Maybe rest mouse more. That's how it worked last time.
What do you want?
Nope. He doesn't have any new spells. Oh well.
Do you want?
Let's buff.
There.
There. No enemies? Oh. Dead workers. Thanos thinks that these archaeologists may have dug up something more than what they expected. I am finding SAO to be a bit more engaging than the OC. Yes, I have been finding the pacing and the, you know, character quests, objective placements to be more even. You know, one of the worst things about the original campaign was you would start at a safe haven, safe hub, and you would go to different directions, right? You would go north, south, east, and west, and complete the quest that you got from that safe hub. And that is change for SOU. It is more, you know, diverse. You might go in a map and maybe meet a new NPC. Do I need SFX clips in WoW or MP3? It doesn't matter. I can easily convert whatever you find. I ultimately use MP3 files to be played on stream. So, but that's fine. Whatever you send me. That makes you feel good for her too. I think you'll think I'll really enjoy it. Oh, I'm sure I will enjoy it. I'm sure. I have no doubts. I mean, I have enjoyed the main campaign too. So, okay. Oh, do I talk to? Death came so swiftly. Horrible laughter. We screamed and cried for mercy. Then more laughter. One more thing. They have found the. Okay. There's one single bit of what you really don't like, but it's a storyline character thing, so it's probably personal taste. You will not spoil it for me. Okay, we will find it. I'm sure. You can tell me when I reach. I mean, when I'm done with the place, you can tell me that was the part that you didn't like. These halls, they've dug up. They are ancients. The knowledge of the natural is could light within demons or not. Why do I have 3 torches? Go. Torches or torches? Torches, right? You don't need to, it'll be clearly obvious whether you like them. Ah, okay. Chime in and say either. See, I told you. You like this bit, you monster. Wow. I will do my best to hate it then. Although I'm not good at hating, so. Okay. We cannot cast shield on him, right? No, we cannot. Okay, come alive. I don't mind. I will kill you. Will you come alive? No? Can I kill you anyway?
We won't both walk
No?
away from
Okay.
this.
I don't think I need more dragon blood.
You will regret that.
Did we just one-shot a red slad? You know, killed with one attack? Are these lower level red slads? They don't summon red slads themselves.
My steel will strike true.
I don't need to hate to kill. Okay, you got me. I'm actually a hateful bastard. I hate everything equally. That made me sound even more psychopathic? Of course. I didn't say I am not a psychopath. I'm the worst. No, sociopath, not psychopath. Sorry. Well, I'm both, okay? I'm a psychopath and sociopath. Are there secret doors or something here? Hey Zul, hello. Lurking while working, that's the best type of lurk. Thank you, Zul. I hope you are well as well. It's great to see you as usual. And enjoy your lurk. And good luck with your work. Zul was playing Sanitarium yesterday. You might remember from our own playthrough that I said it is my favorite point-and-click adventure. It's such a great game. I was happy to see him play that. On to the chapter 2. You faced Mother, right? This passionate Mitra. Mother is such a great character. Mama! Some rubble falls on my head, okay. The special Mitra. I want to see exactly what that clip is. Exactly what part of my nonsensical monologue you captured. But I will check that after the stream. The best part, I'm sure. You wouldn't be content with anything but the best.
Regret that. My steel will...
Yeah. Short but sweet. I am curious to watch. The sneak attacks, we have basically become a beast, honestly. Regarding sneak attacks. So damn strong. When I can deal sneak attacks, obviously. A lot of creatures are immune to them, so it doesn't always work. But when it works, it really shines, you know. No combat is tough when I can sneak attack. I also decided not to pick up, what was his name, the Kobold Bard,
will strike true.
because I didn't feel like he would be frontlining for me, and he didn't offer really many buff stats I didn't get from Xanos. And Bard Song is amazing. I would have loved Bard Song, but Bard Song is less important than a frontliner. That is why I decided not to go with Deacon. In 5e D&D, the rogue sneak attacks can be super OP. Yeah. Well, not just in 5e, but yeah, in 5e as well. I don't like the personality of Xanos. I don't like his interjections. I actually really dislike the character. And Deacon sounds like he would be super fun to have in the party. You know, his interactions, his dialogue and interjections, I'm guessing, would be great. But, you know, I can't really, in good conscience, prefer to have him over Xanos in terms of mechanical help. If I ever replay this game, I might be a fighter or something like that, and, you know, have Deacon. That is the orb, right? That was mentioned. Lore. All power be to the eternal reign of the natural empire. Let none pull asunder our collective knowledge and might. I'm not going to check that orb yet. I'm going to look around, I think. Actually. You know what? That doesn't really look like the final room, so let's check the orb out anyway. Oh, XCOM, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I missed your hellos. Hello, my friend. How are you today? It's great to see you. One thing to remember is you're also super high low. Of course. That's I can never forget that. I can't do anything. Can I break it? That is the biggest reason why I'm excited for the second expansion. I won't be that over leveled in that expansion since it starts at level 20, or was it 15? 20, I think. I'm not so sure what level it started at. 15? Okay. Oh, what is that cloak? What is this? +6? I have every type of healer's kit. Why can't they drop in one variety? You know, so they would stack. Auto is by far the best and it's a nice gameplay experience. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I don't know from first-hand experience, but that is what many people have been telling me, and I'm excited for it. I don't think this expansion will go on for much longer anyway, so we should probably make our way to Hotu soon enough. I'm not sure if I reached chapter 2 or not. I don't know if this is still the interlude between chapter 1 and 2, or if it's chapter 2 itself, because we did find Garrick, the archaeologist. Why do the red slot not summon red slots in this expansion?
We all both want.
There are more. Okay.
What do you want?
Hey, Mr. Stillrose. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday. Has anyone told me I would make a very good wizard cosplayer? Ooh. No, no one has told me that. If they had, maybe I would have a different career right now. Thank you. Pro LARPer. There might be some secret doors here. We will check on our way back. I am loving that the expansion actually has secret doors. This is the remaster, this is the enhanced edition. And we are on the first expansion, Shadows of Unruntide. Ointment of Stone to Flesh. What? Why are we enemies? I thought we were friends, dude. What is he casting? Bigby's grasping hands.
Friends?
What are you doing? Stop casting the same spell. How many times do you have to cast it? How many times do you have to have him grasped? Is that Amulet of the Master? Am I limited to one campaign throughout the all official campaigns? Hey, Old Fashioned. Hello. Hello. Welcome, good to see you. Do you mean am I limited to one companion? I'm sorry. Okay, I misread that. Yes. Well, so far it has been the case. I haven't played Horrors of the Underdark yet, so I don't know. This track contains an ornament to turn stone to flesh, but only on a creature that was once flesh already. Okay, I feel like I have to keep this. This is probably an important item. In the main campaign there were 6 different companions, but you could in this expansion there are 3 different companions, at least so far. But yeah, you can only have one of them at one time. 3 at a time is possible in how to. Oh, interesting. Good to know.
I think this may be just the thing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We fell down. Did I have a reflex check at all? No reflex check. I just fell down. I don't like having companions, but I have to have one as a frontliner. You hear somebody doing sound inside your head. Invader, we shall destroy you. We are not weak. Well, compared to me, you know, weak is relative. So I don't really like having companions or summons because they share in on the XP. They lower what XP you get. I do need one as a frontliner. However, for story purposes, you know, companions are fun to have, especially if they have proper interjections and interactions. So we might go for max amount of companions in Ho 2, or I might go for a single one too. What companions are even more integrated into Storyline? That is great. That is great. That makes me happy. So how, out of how many can I pick up 3 though? Are the workers healing? I always thought it was 2 companions, but it's been a while.
You cannot win.
There's not much of a selection, okay. Well, we'll see when we get there. Alrighty, Barden. Maybe 2 with my character, not much difference. Well, we will see when we get there. We sense you are not one of the creatures of chaos that device us from above. Who are you?
Will strike.
How do you expect me to answer you?
True power.
Bolt +2. There's one purely mechanical bit of advice which is essential for Ho2, especially with the build I'm playing. Okay, alright. Sounds
We
good.
won't both walk away from this.
Troop, you cannot win.
What are they? Are they like ants-men? Rare ants? Mutant ants?
You cannot win.
Ants lions? Probably not ant lions. Ant towers? Yes.
We won't both walk away from this.
They're defined as outsiders. They're basically centaurs, but with ants instead of horses. So ant towers, okay.
We won't both walk away from this.
But they're, how can they be outsiders? They are not outside, they are inside. Look at, they're underground. Ramblings of a person who has completely misunderstood Dungeons and Dragons. You are not what we expected. You do not answer our queries. Of course, I don't know how to answer you.
My
Also, thanks for
steel will
recognizing
strike
how
true.
unfunny my joke was. Pardon, I appreciate that. Because they ran out of cider. Outsiders. Oh. Now that, if anything, that deserves the bottoms.
We won't both walk away from this.
And we have it, Barden. You sort of finished Aeol's Saga modules, was fantastic, charming buggy mass. The final lag actually showed how hard it is to module with levels 30 to 40. Oh. That sounds interesting. This is the stream that dreams comes through. Dream stream, yes. Stream work makes the dream work, as they say. So what level can I expect to reach with this character by the end of Horrors of the Underdark? Can I expect to reach 30? 30 plus. Okay, that is great. But probably not 40, right? I don't think I would get to 35. Join us, stranger. The hive will no longer harm you. Come and speak with us. Well, that's kind of too late, right? The hive will no longer harm me, as if they ever could harm me. Comes hot and heavy. Yeah, I did realize that. So to minimum experience per monster, regardless of the challenge rating, was 5 rather than 3, first and foremost, and then you would also get nice amounts of quest experience that would not get a penalty from your level. Can grind to 40. Certain point, it's the level does not matter anymore. I'm not going to grind. I'm not going to do that. Especially not on stream. My focus is the story, as always. I'm not worried about the level. But if we could reach a high level during the story, of course I will prefer that. I'd like to see what kind of great heights this character can reach. I want to see this character with all the feats that I plan for him. Hello. The Formian's juvenile queen looks at you and her voice slides uneasily to your mind. All Neverwinter modules have an XP slider. Neverwinter modules don't give you the same XP rewards as 3.5 says you should. Because video games are so combat heavy that you would reach an obscene level too quickly, yes. For the OC, the XP slider is set to 10%. So it's set to 20. Oh, so that is how it works. Peaceful stranger, sad day you come to us, but still pleasant outcomes are possible. We offer you truce and assist you against chaos creatures. We were more with greatest minds, the Hive Queen. Then come the chaos foes. They tear and crush and destroy us. They kill the greatest minds. Now we are queen, though we are not ready. Greetings, my name is Ray. We are the Hive. You are alone? Where is your hive? Strange creature with all your mind is one form. In one form, you are alien. Ender's Game, I don't know what that's. Though your form does repulse us, still we would work with you. How do you speak to my mind? We are difficulty to understand what you mean. This is how we speak. This is our way. Without thoughts, your words mean nothing to us. Okay. What do you offer? We do battle against chaos foes who invade the hive. You are strong. We see that now. I assume this creature is communicating with you through telepathy. That would make ruling your subjects much easier. You do battle with chaos foes. We see this too. We and you fight chaos foes together. Both be stronger. You agree to go out of 5 and fight Chaos Foe, we give you Sun Crystal. With this, we come and fight Chaos Foe with you. I agree, let's work together. Joyous is this day when two strangers join together to destroy Chaos Foes. Here's Crystal. When our hive you leave, we repair walls. You're not able to return, none return. Long will this day be remembered in our minds. Go make war for peace, hi friend. First I will loot your stuff. Forming Crystal. In this game, a novel by Orson Scott Card. It is with alien high mind intelligence, and they're enabled to comprehend the idea of single physical body having a single consciousness separate from it. Oh. Making war for peace, yes.
I think this. You will regret it.
Never heard of it. Interesting. Not that I'm an expert or anything, or even adequately knowledgeable about movies or books, but yeah. Large shields. Why didn't this work? Are these gauntlets of ogre strength? Where did I fall down? Was it here? It wasn't here, it was here. Here, okay. So before going back there, we will walk this path again. Starting here though. Pass
My
no.
steel will strike true.
I knew that would happen.
My steel
No.
will strike true. We won't both walk away from this.
Don't turn the stone, please. Okay. This skill helps to take secret doors, search or spots, or like neither caused by rare scripts. It's a search. Search works with detecting traps and secret doors. It also deals with the ethics of using child soldiers and whether irrevocably destroying a small number of people's lives is an acceptable price to pay for the safety of a wider society. Questions I cannot answer. Okay, can I destroy you?
Some sorcery turns my attack.
Oh. Strange machine. At first glance, this looks like a simple urn. It's only when you focus closely on the urn that you sense great magical forces at play within it. Interesting. The gift of the fairy can really be fun. When used on the offense, your opponents it will stun. 10 tongues of a creature from some other plane can be used to destroy your foe in an instant of pain. The blood of the dragon, the worst kind of foe. When joined to your offense, backwards your opponents will blow. When 4 of the sweet belladonna's grow, those who attack you can be made slow. When Trust Ruby's power is joined with the Urn of Great Attack, then all your enemies will burn. No power you will lack. When the fiery eye of the glowing ruby becomes the attacker's friend, then with the item thus created, burn your enemies, bring your end. Okay, let's see how this works. I cannot actually place my weapon in there. That's not how it works. Place a ruby. I want to place more rubies. Oh, I don't have more rubies. Nothing happens. Dragon blood. It sounds like, you know, what was it saying? With your offense and stuff. No, not this one. When joined to your offense, it sounds like I have to put in my weapon in there as well. I mean, I'm not really interested in any of them except possibly this and this. This would be nice. I thought I would put this weapon in, for example, and it would add fire damage to this weapon on top of everything it has, but I don't think it's how it works.
Permission to backseat?
Sure, Barton. It's a one-shot machine. You need to choose one defensive effect, one offensive effect. Ah, I see. Okay, one defensive and one offensive, you say. So if he has 3 rubies...
Oh my, yes.
Hey! Double oh my yes. Hey Pansu, how are you today? Welcome in.
Oh my, yes.
I don't want this. So I guess this is... Right is defense, left is offense, I guess. I like stun. Back at the apartment, doomed to pack and sleep alone. Aw. Well, it's better than people barging into your room unannounced. I think I would like 3 rubies as offense. And 10 slot tongues maybe as defense. I don't have 3 rubies, so let's see if we can find more rubies. I'm well, thank you. I'm alright. Let's look around. We can collect slot tongues. But unless I find 2 more rubies, I'm not going to bother. You just read the urns, might be the other way around. Yeah, of course I will quick save.
Test true power.
So, do you think the item is worth making? Yeah, 1 flurry of 2 attacks. I can deal almost 100. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. Unless I find 2 more rubies for the fire damage effects, I'm not going to bother. I don't think... I mean, we haven't checked the middle room yet. Okay. Can we rest? I also love this resting in this game. If you close the doors, the room becomes safe and you can rest, secure. If you don't close the doors, you cannot rest. It's much better than, you know, it's simple still, but it's still much better and makes more sense the original campaign where you could either rest or not in any map. What is this? Can I pickpocket? I pickpocketed the statue successfully, but it had nothing. I'd like the keen sight's feat. What was it? Keen sight? Keen eye? The elven racial feat. Which makes it unnecessary to enable detect mode, so you can apply your full search, spot and listen while you are running. I'd really like to have that. Keen senses, yes. King Commander, no. The rat jumps out of the rubble, grabs the diamond in his mouth and runs away. What? Come here, rat. No. Where did it go? Hinder spirits. No. Rat is gone. Oh well. I didn't. Oh, hey.
My steel will
Aha.
strike true.
Take that. I don't think so, Barden. I don't think so. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any secret area here. Can I drop this here?
What do you want?
4-1.
There.
Cutscene. No, we are late. What was the command? We had an electricity sound command, right?
My life for Aya.
Hey, GG.
Will regret that.
Welcome, my friends. Great to see you.
You're too late.
Yes, Zap. Too late? Who is too late? GG is too late? Oh.
Aha! And here you are, just as I thought you might be. I cannot begin to tell you just how relieved I am to see you.
Master Drogon, you made it. I made it. Not that this was a simple feat to accomplish. When Garrick contacted me, I was deep in my own problems. I was deep in my own problems. So you yet live, Master Drogon. We were doing just fine without you, you know. Of course I know that, Xanos. You both have lived up to my expectations and more. I have information that changes much, however. You said you were too late, but I was too late. I don't even remember what I said, sorry. All good, Gigi, all good. It's fine. How are you? Are you all good? Too late, okay. The enemy behind all this has been hounding me for days now, just as I suspected she would. Devils and demons and such, the sort you've seen for yourself already, no doubt. She must assume I still have the Mythalar which you brought here. Fortunately, Ayala and I were still able to find out what we needed to. And what is that? Our enemy is a powerful sorceress by the name of Herodes. Little is known of her personally, but we do know that she was once apprenticed to the Dread Lich Belferon. Belferon had spent all of his extended lifetime learning of ancient Nethril and its artifacts, and he passed this knowledge on to his apprentices. The Harpers thought all of Belferon's students were killed when he was. Apparently they were wrong. But now we know that this Herodes is after. What this Herodes is after. She desires to obtain the power of the ancient Nethril mages for herself. Power beyond any magic practice since the Empire's fall. This is why she seeks the Mythalar, and why she has come here. With Belferon's knowledge, Herodes is more than capable of attaining this goal. How could Herodes have escaped notice for so long? That's a good question, dear boy. At one time, Belferon reached a level of power that threatened all of Faerun, so it is level 40. And the Harpers only barely destroyed him. That one of his students was able to escape the fate of the others and remain hidden for so long speaks much of her abilities. But for all the things we don't know about Herodes, we can assume that her goal is the same as Belferon's. With luck, she can be defeated as he was. So Herodes has great power. Why do we care? Why do we care? What? You are the protagonist. But what is Herodes doing here in these ruins? I assume Garrick told you what this ruin's original purpose was, yes? It contains portals that the ancient Nethrils used to travel between their fortresses and flying steeds. Herodes obviously intends to use these portals to reach another ruin, somewhere untouched most like, and full of all the artifacts she could possibly want. We must stop her. Then we are too late. She's probably used this portal. What of all the damnable luck? Then we have no choice, dear boy. We must follow her wherever she went. I will attempt to use my own magic to see if I can attune it to the same location Herodes traveled to. And Xanos is expecting to follow after you two like some lost puppy, I suppose. This sounds like a suicide mission.
You are too late.
You do not have to come, Xanos. You are correct that this is very dangerous, but it is your choice. You just wish the Nethril artifacts for yourself, I think? No, Xanos comes. Whatever the reasons for it, your aid is still appreciated, Xanos. In the meantime, you look around this place and see if you can find some way to activate this portal. With luck, we can be on top of Herodes before she has the time to prepare. How are we supposed to defeat her once we are there? With sword and spell, if need be, dear boy. We are both capable fighters. With luck, she will not be able to resist us. If she is, Garrick suggests an avenue, which I do not wish to take, but will if I must. Herodes proves too powerful, then we must destroy the Mythalar. That would release the power within it all at once, enough to destroy Herodes as well as whatever ruin she has discovered, for good. And what would happen to us? I'm prepared to die to stop her if need be. She already tried to kill me once, after all, and even if that wasn't the case, whatever her plan is, I cannot allow it to come to fruition. If it comes down to destroying the Mythalar, I will do all I can to send you elsewhere first, Ray. I promise that. I agree, she must be stopped, whatever the cost. It does my heart good to hear you say that, lad. Go then, and find a way to activate this portal. Quickly, now. So this was just a summon, I didn't need to use it. Nothing interesting happened. Yes. Oh, there's a torch here. You hear magical energies activating the portal room beyond. What are you doing? Why are you burning the place down? Peering into the crystal ball, you saw another room. I thought the foreman was unsummoned. So is this trial and error? There was a torch in front of the first one we clicked. That was a clue, but I don't see a clue for a second one. His trial, then error. So no success. Okay, interesting. None of them worked. Maybe I have to press this one before pressing another. Maybe if I equip the torch. Hey QP, welcome, welcome. How are you today, QP? Nothing happens. I'd like to skip to the success part if possible. Okay, we got the second one. Cheese, please. What's happening? Why am I being discovered every stream now? Legion rolled me yesterday. GG rolled me today.
They must be stopped if we are not too late.
Nice one. Calvin. Nice discovery.
By your actions, I know your heart.
Do you get anything special? You get more of me. See? Hey! Congratulations. Shouldn't there be a neutrality rating? Nah, that's boring.
New critical hits boost. Pensive Elephant just boosted T. New critical hits boost. Pensive Elephant just boosted AQ.
Booed. Come on, you're almost there.
Critical hits boost. Pensive Elephant just boosted D.
Thank you for the boost, Spencer. Oh. I just realized I have Satisfactory open in the background. What? Look at this. It's even being captured. Oh no, I have to exit Satisfactory. Sorry. I'm glad you can see it. Okay. To be honest, you are more impressed with neutral characters than evil or good ones. Well, you can set that up in your own channel, QP, okay? Nothing happens. Did I try this one or this one? Okay. What a boring puzzle, by the way. It is harder to write good neutral characters, that's true. That's why Jaheira is such a, you know, not a neutral character at all. Die by this one. I think it's the middle one on this side. You hear magical energies activating the portal room beyond, okay. I'm sure there was some logic that I failed to discover.
That's it! That's it! You've done it! The portal is active! Wait, no! I should have realized this sooner! Ah, what a fool I am!
Okay, he says he's a fool. We better equip our weapons. What happened?
Eurydice has laid an insidious trap within the portal's magic. I've never sensed anything of its like before. I did not discover it, and now it is activated. The portal is sealing, and these ruins are caving in. I can hold the portal open for only a short time. Quickly, you must go through.
Aren't you coming?
I cannot. By holding the portal open, I bear myself to the energies of Eurydice's trap. I will die, but that does not matter now. You sacrifice yourself for us? For Xanos?
Well, incidentally for Xanos.
Aye, lad. Believe it or not, Xanos, I've always had hope for you. In your heart of hearts, you are a good man. You give me too much credit, Master Drogon. And you give yourself too little. I hope one day that changes. Farewell, dear lad. It is up to you now. You must see this through. Remember the Mythalar. Destroy it only if you have to, but Eurydice must be stopped.
No, you can't do this. There must be some other way.
There is no time to look for another way. I must stay, and you must go.
Should I stay or should I go? Question for the ages.
I am an old adventurer, far past his glory days. You have your whole life ahead of you. I can only hope you will use it well. I am proud to have taken a small hand in making you what you are, dear friend. Go, and may the gods go with you.
No, our Formian friend. How is the Formian alive? Okay, we still have this one with us. Can you go and not come back? When will old bearded men learn? Never place yourself in a position where you might need to sacrifice yourself. What's so bad about sacrificing yourself? The statue looks this way. Does that mean I'm supposed to go that way? A Sabi shaman. Why is she back? Come on. Don't come back. I don't want you. Am I stuck with the Formian forever? Let's go. These are not statues, these are probably turned to stone. That might be a basilisk or something. With all the power Natural had, something could turn all their works to dust. I hope that it does not find us. It's back. Just leave, I don't want you. Go away. I can't even attack. How do I get rid of it? Okay, is that the Manticore? Umber Hulks. It's back.
Walk away from
What the heck? I wish I never used that item. It does say petrified. Oh. Why did you break the statue? True friend will follow you around and not leave when you ask. What is this? An ogre?
You will regret
Why are they all attacking? Okay, so they're all enemies. Oh, there are remains of the statue. Gold. I thought it would be a rock. Let's try this one. For XP. No. Ah, you have come to join me at last.
As you already know,
Oh,
I
that's a Medusa.
daughter of the Medusa and sorceress supreme. I welcome you to my new realm, the flying city of Undrentide. Of course, Undrentide flies no longer. It crashed to the earth long, long ago, when all the other flying
New critical
cities
hits
of
boost.
Neverwinter
Hey,
Bogu
Bogu.
_Bogu just boosted Bonk
Though
Leak.
Undrentide
New
fared
critical hits
better
boost.
than
Bogu _Bogu just boosted Bonk Leak Broom.
Bonk Leak Broom. Alright. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say. How are you, Bogu? It's good to see you. Welcome.
Be that as it may, Undrentide is very deep.
Medusa means to have the bottom half of a snake.
and quite lively.
New critical
True.
hits boost. Barden the Slayer just boosted Fallout 3.
Oh.
New critical hits boost. Barden the Slayer just boosted Elder Scrolls. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Kingdom. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Nox.
I can't type today.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Revenant.
Alrighty. Thank you for the boosts, Barden and QP. Barden, I thought you had lost interest in boosting. You hadn't been boosting for a while. I'm glad to see you boost once again. Bogo, are you playing against Nebuka today in an hour and a half or so?
Power that you have brought to me in the form of the Mythala.
P-O-D-A-Y? Can't read. You've just been preoccupied with so much stuff going on. Yeah, of course, I know. I understand that.
Oh, I sensed that it was nearby.
You need to reinstall your voice pack and finish work before that. Oh, you got some stuff to do. What are you doing here, wasting your time with this, you know, what is this? Stream? Yes, it is. It's a stream. Why are you here? Can someone ban Bogu, please, so he can do what he needs to do instead?
Now Undrentide shall rise again, and all the power of ancient Netherall that lies within it is mine. All of Faerun shall hear my name and fear me. And you, my petrified subject, you shall have the honor of being the first monument to my victory. You shall get to watch it all.
Can you displace me somewhere nice? Like that Manticore? Look at the Formian. You try as a joke, ban everyone but you. Twitch told you very seriously you don't have permission to ban everyone but me, really. So what's happening? Did we lose? Did we die? Oh, it's chapter 2.
The Mythalar is hers, at long last. What follows is the oldest of Netherese rituals, lost to time but unearthed from the sands by Hioridus, and now used by her to access the power of the Mythalar in full. You know that it is only a matter of time before Undrentide responds to her urging. The power of the Mythalar forcing the city to rise slowly through the sands of the Anarok, forcing it to take to the skies as it once did so long ago.
So I guess this is chapter 2, right?
Hey, what's this? Ooh, pretty statue.
Oh, someone called me pretty. That's a change.
Will be pleased with us. Oh, I don't like the feel of this. Fine, I'll take it. Here, help me with this, will you? Are you sure this is the kind of stuff Ashtara wanted? Is there anything the master doesn't want? Come on, let's get out of here. Not without the statue.
Exactly. The world collapsed around you.
So, is it you I have to thank for the collapse of our escape shaft? No, the ground. We didn't mean for it to shake. We brought you a statue.
You're right.
I see what
But, you know, I'll take a compliment where I can get it.
I haven't killed you yet. Wouldn't. Don't tempt me. I want that passage cleared at once. Yes, master.
Where's Xanos? Where's my Formian buddy?
So, my precious work of art. We are alone.
Did I lose my companion items?
There's more to you than meets the eye. Isn't
Can someone tell me if I lost my companion items so I can go back, reload, take the items before that happens?
so unlike the stylized form that was popular in ancient Netherrealm? Here, let me place this collar around your neck. Can you feel that? Soon you will.
No, it doesn't work that way in SOU, but have I lost the companion completely is my question.
We used to transport slaves like this, a stone across the desert.
The items I give the companion actually stay between chapter transitions in Shadows of Undrentide.
On your parched throat. Within the hour, you will be able to feel your flesh again.
Random compliment generator.
My slave, come speak with me in the adjoining room, for I have need of you.
Yeah, so again, am I getting Xanos back at some point? Or should I reload?
You first.
You know what, I will play the safe game. You don't know about Xanos, okay. That's fine, that's fine. I need a container. There are no containers in this place though. Oh, I don't actually need a container.
Xanos wishes to speak.
Oh. Rogan, he's dead now. I'm having difficulty with this. He's hard on me too. It's not weakness to admit your feelings, you can draw my strength from it. Rogan, as much as I hate to say it, he was like family to me. Xanos never relied on anyone save Xanos until he came along. He was a mentor to me, almost a father. He took me in when none would, and in the end, he gave his life for me as well. He gave his life for everyone. I do not disagree, but did you hear the things he had to say to Xanos? He was a gruff old dwarf, and I was a troublesome student. Oh, I believed that he saw something more in Xanos, but the words never came from his mouth before. Why? Why did those words have to come only when he was dying? Why could Xanos never let go of his pride and confide in his mentor? So many things I should have said, now it's too late. We must honor his memory with our deeds. Indeed, there is much that needs to be finished. We will not let the sacrifice be in vain. Drogon gave everything to stop Herodis from gaining the Mythalar and using it for her foul purposes. We must not fail it this time. When we find Herodis, I will tear her heart from her chest.
What?
You know, it would be nice if you could... Tactics. Stop looting. Got a pack, can't focus with interesting stuff happening on the stream. A good stream. Alright, Massive, thanks so much for stopping by. Good luck with packing. Take your time, don't tire yourself too much. You wouldn't trust me try to come up with good insults. Random insult generator. Program it so that it only installs the person using command, never the person they want to install it. I wouldn't be able to come up with insults or compliments. Is that all? Corbin sees you throwing dismembered body parts on the ground, which you have been storing in your pack. I was back on in disgust. It was about time. I've been trying to pick the formula out for a while. What's happening? Oh. I cannot take the bracers. He takes it back. That's funny. I can take the dagger. Well. You know what? Keep your bracers. I don't want it. I never wanted it anyway. This is full. This is not full. Alright, I think. Now we can... I hope we can skip the cutscenes. Imagine how bad your pack must smell. Do I have to? Oh, I'm going to change the story. I'm going to sneak to her. Can I go in, by the way? Ha ha ha, she won't see me coming.
My
Let's kill her.
will strike true.
Oh.
You have come to join me.
Can I still attack? Can we talk, actually? I've been skipping the initial conversation start.
Not the dwarven mage Drogon as I was expecting, but I see you'll do nicely. Tell me, do you have a name?
Forget Drogon, my name is Ray, and I have a proposal for you. A proposal? Indeed, how very interesting. And who have we here? Only a half-orc, I see. Xanos, perhaps? Bah, Xanos is only a half-orc as much as you seem only a sorceress. Surprisingly perceptive. Have you other tricks in store for me, half-orc? You shall see them soon enough, which Ray and I are not here to chat. Let us get down to business, shall we? I was expecting Drogon to make it through my trap alone, but it seems he kept the portal open for you instead. Does that mean he's dead then? A pity. Fortunately, you brought me what I was waiting for anyhow. What a delicious irony. You were waiting for me? Not for you specifically, but rather what you carried with you. Here, allow me to remove my hood, and it will explain much. As it will explain, close your eyes.
As you already know, I am human.
Okay.
Of course, be out and
Okay, we can skip. I am guessing this is chapter 2 now.
I don't think we're ever getting out.
Hey, Andlog, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. How are you today? Oh, Xanos is here. I should have looked.
So, it appears you have become my slave a little sooner than I expected. It's a pity. Statues are so much easier to transport.
I should kill you for your mockery. Yes, you probably should. In time, however, you will come to thank me for placing that collar around your neck. As long as you wear it, I am safe from your vengeance and you from your own folly. I freed you from your stone prison because I have need of you. But need is a blade that cuts both ways. You will find that I am not that harsh of a master. I am no man's slave. That is good, for I am no man. I am Ashtara, merchant prince of the Asabi tribes. We are a little more cold-blooded in our dealings, you might say, and you remain my slave all the same. Where are you from, Ashtara? You might as well ask the wind of its beginning, or insist a grain of sand tell how it got its shape. I'm a child in the desert sea and the sun-baked sand. The dune where my egg hatched has long since become another. Who are these Asabi you speak of? The Asabi? We are the desert kin, the dune walkers. We were here long before your kind and will be still here long after you have gone. I don't know how else to answer you. If slaves are your trade, who were you planning to sell me to? These clothes you wear, they mark you as being not of the desert. You would weaken and die quickly. I would get the best price in the gladiator pits of Amar, where you could live out a short and glorious life before you die. What brought you here to Undrentide? Stories of the fabled flying cities of Netheril have long been told amongst the Asabi. Some have even been found, and empires have been fashioned from their riches. I would build such an empire, my slave, and make all the desert fear me. 3 moons ago I gambled in a tent with a rival merchant friend. The two of us drank on the wine of the cactus. He confessed to me that in the shifting sands he had found the uppermost spires of the lost city of Undrentide. What did you do then? I did what merchant princes do. I let him win at gambling, then tracked him here with a plan to kill him and steal his glory as my own. Someone, perhaps it was you, saved me the trouble. I have other questions for you, Ashtara. I should not have told you my name. Already you use it far too freely. I may be a kind master, but I am your master all the same. What's it you would ask of me? How is it you speak of the common tongue? The same way you speak the language of the Sabi, as if you were born to it. It is the magic of the mythal that does it. Or is it mythal? Maybe it is Myrtle. Either it is still active after all these years, or its magic has been launched anew. I'm not speaking Asabi. That is true, but Asabi is what I hear all the same, for it is what I know. When Unruined still flew, people from 1,000 lands flocked to it. Through the mythals magics, it could also be mythal magic, all could share their wisdom without hindrance. Slaves and masters too. Yes, magic mythal. The mythal? What is that? It's said to be the breath of life, the wisdom of ages, the sense of time. It is the magic that gave immortality to those who mastered it and allowed entire cities such as this to float on air. And if it falls into the wrong hands? Let it never be so, for to live in such a world is not to live at all. Do you seek the power of this mythal? You need only look at the word to know my answer. The powers of the mythal are a myth, a mirage, if you will. If those who wielded it were so great, why do these cities now lie buried and forgotten? I seek no power but what gold itself can give. Then I don't have much time. Perhaps you do, perhaps you don't. The mythal's magic is said to exist outside of the very bounds of time itself. I understand as little of it as you. Fine, but I still have other questions. I should... very well. If I am your slave, what do you command of me? There is no room for you to lend a hand within the passageway. Let my poor trolls bash themselves silly against the fallen rock. For you, I have grander plans. We had only begun our explorations when the tremor sealed us in. There are riches untold out there, and if I leave this place without them, my rivals will claim them in my stead. That's all? You want me to fetch your trinkets and baubles? Don't be a fool. Why would I bother to summon you from your life of stone for a simple fetch and carry? I have trolls enough for that. I need you to do what they cannot. Some golem maker long ago did fine business here, it seems. As they explored, my trolls reported 10 golems standing guard. I want this place to be cleared of every single one of them. Very well, but I'm going to need supplies. Ah, now that's a loving whisper to my heart. Before I forget, however, take this key. It will allow you to leave this camp in safety. Oh, we have a store, okay. Web? No. I still have one of this. Necklace of fireballs. Ooh. Maybe I will keep it for a while. Okay. I don't think I need to keep these anymore. So green spores is trash, right? Hanthorn berries, I don't know. And this wasn't given to anyone. So we could get rid of this also, I guess. Dragon egg we could have sold, we didn't. Apparently it has no other use. That we found at least. Greater glows of swordplay, that's what we sold. Vestments of faith. Ooh, what is this? What is this? This is very good. It is possibly better than this. Or is it? If I cast shield, that doesn't help me much after I cast shield, right? Just +1. This is very good, however. Lots of scrolls. I'm not going to take a look at them. Prayer bag. What? Meat and only water. You can summon a lantern archon. Interesting. I don't care though. 80%. Do I have any 40s left? 60, 80, 80, 60, 80, 60. Let's buy a 60 here. Okay. I'm going to empty these and this. I probably don't need it, but I'm going to give it to Xanos to keep. Okay, it looks good now. Magic Electrifier. Magical Electrifier, charge unlimited uses per day. Magical Electrifier, destroy unlimited uses per day. Spectorial was a sorcerer who grew tired of having to return to his tower and spend months recharging his favorite wand. The orb he constructed can be focused on an item to break it down into energy, destroying the targeted object. This works best with higher quality and enchanted items. Once the orb has enough power, it can then target the item needing to be recharged and infuse it with the stolen energy. Interesting. What? That's the wrong order. 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God of Resurrection. Okay. No. No.
You have something to say?
That is something I never wish to repeat again. Being entombed in stone is no way to exist. I won't let that happen to me again. And neither will I, but I also think we shall see more of her, and we must not repeat our folly. Facing a Medusa, and now one in possession. And now one in possession of the Mythalar will not be easy. Even harder now that this lizard thinks we are his slaves, if what I hear is correct. We should bide our time. There seems little else we can do except what this lizard wants, but in time we shall free ourselves, perhaps with the strength of the Mythalar. I could... But no, that is not our concern, is it? For now, we must try to find this Herodes. I know she's here somewhere. Where is this again exactly? Herodes called the Dungeon Tide.
Oh, we are within one of the fabled Netherese flying cities, eh? There is much power to be found here. We are watchful.
Maybe so. Come with me then, we have much to do. Indeed, I think we could aid each other greatly. So, yes, the inventory is preserved between chapters.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Might and Magic 7. For Blood and Honor. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Grim Dawn. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Betrayal in Antera.
Thank you, Parrots. I appreciate the boosts.
New critical hits
Vincino
boost.
boosts.
Vincinoman just boosted Dungeon Siege. New critical hits boost.
GG
Vincinoman
boosts.
just boosted Nox. New critical hits boost. Xov just boosted Pathfinder 1. New critical hits boost. Vincinoman just boosted Elder Scrolls. New critical hits boost. Xov just boosted Pathfinder 2. New critical hits boost. Xov just boosted Black Geyser.
Thanks for the boosts, Vincino. GG. Always a pleasure. Can I do it like this? Ah, that's going to be harder. I'm sorry, you cannot boost again. You are Dungeon Siege in there. You are playing through Dungeon Siege 2 right now. Oh, how are you enjoying it? You can boost games if you like, and luck. Anybody can do that. Or you can nominate Dungeon Siege 2. It's not a contender right now. Well, it's not in the lists. Is what I mean. Okay, this is good. Sorry, Barden. Try any command that you like. Make way for the boostinator. Barden Schwarzenegger is boostinator this summer.
What do you want?
Okay, so the inventory is preserved, but not the tactics, so we have to set the tactics again. Combat spells, somewhat challenging. Don't summon help. Stay close. Don't go into stealth. Don't help me. Automatically pick up. I think that's all.
What do you want?
Wait.
What do you want?
Oh, we should talk to him. Mr. Orkan, you'll have to manually attribute Elder Scrolls. I will consider it. Consider it and deny it. Have you talked about your future more since we last... Have you thought about your future more since we last talked? Ah, well, I do not know. The future seems so far away at times like this. What do you mean? Well, I don't know anymore. Things used to be so clear, so certain. The world was in order and my destiny was secure. But now things have gone too far. Far beyond what I had thought. I don't think I was ready for this, for any of this. It is only now that I have had time to think that I can fully appreciate this. What has changed? I have, maybe. The world has, perhaps. I don't even know anymore. Replos. I don't care. You once told me that no one can be an island unto themselves. Or was that Master Dragon? Maybe it was him, but I remember that lesson well. You could not tell to look at me, or to listen to the way I speak, but I remember it every day. And every day it strikes home more and more to me. So what can be done? I don't know, I just don't know what to think anymore. It's... but it doesn't matter now, I guess. I don't know what's come over me. Maybe it was the time I spent encased in stone. It was indescribable.
Shall I confront, subdue, and pummel the suspected perpetrator, Sam? Blah, 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 blah.
Wow, okay.
Moo?
You really don't want me to read, do you? Hello, Nebuka, how are you today? Can you please subdue the perpetrators?
Boring.
Confront, pummel, and subdue Barden, GG,
Hi.
Parrots, and who else? No, those three. Thank you. Affected you? Yes, it has affected me. Unlike you, it seems. Nothing seems to have phased you. Not really at any rate. But maybe that's a good thing, to have an island of stability when everything else seems so far. Are you excited for your match in an hour, Nebu? I think I will put my destiny, my plans on hold for a while. You will? I just need a little time maybe to get accustomed to the way things seem now. I think I would stay in your company if you would let me. I do not think there's any place that I would rather be right now. We have spent much time together, you and I, and in spite of all that happened to us, I still know you. I care, okay, I care. Who you are. You're ready for it? Nice. You're always ready. I will stay with you for as long as I need, or for as long as you'll have me. Together we shall find a way to end this task, and maybe I will find a way to go to my future as well. Come, we should speak no more of this, let us continue on our way. But I'm glad that you have been here, whatever your intentions may have been.
What?
Discuss your training. Okay, keep studying as sorcerers only. Speak no more, that seems like a good idea. Come on, Barden, don't be like that. We are discovering the story content of the game. Even if it's about a character that you don't like.
Hold! Hold! Xanos wishes to speak!
And what does Xanos wish to say? This place seems to be shaking itself apart. It's only a matter of time before all this collapses around us. This might be trying to reactivate the city to make it fly again, but I don't think it would work. Why not? It's too old. I can sense the magic failing in the enchantments, the decay.
What do you want?
Rogue has been frantically practicing for the match past 24 hours while you've just been chilling. You heard the mental advantage. Oh, that's for sure. But that might be the only advantage you have, Nim. Sorry, I had to say that. I'm sorry. You came here for lizard combat, not for a VP health work. Battle those emotions up, Xanos, spare them deep, and refuse to acknowledge them. Okay, let's do some lizard combat. That is all you need, okay. Great, I'm glad that you are ready. 1334 East Wanderberg Way. What is this? Oh, this is a city, right? So they have streets and such. Maybe they have a bakery. That would be very cool. East Fragment. I'm not going to go to the East Fragment. Not right now.
I think this may be just the thing.
A multitude of insect tracks, unusually large ones, are scattered about the ground in this area.
We will.
I believe in Nebu. Where do these go? Fire beetles. You hope they both win. What I hope is whoever wins, I hope there are 5 matches. I hope he dance 3 to 2.
Some sorcery turns
What?
my attack.
Uh-oh. Will the +3 hits?
You will regret.
It is what barely. It was misnamed as a Beholder Tyrant? No, I didn't touch that. Can we dispel it?
Some sorcery
No,
turns
cannot.
my attack.
Is that your face?
So if there are 10 of these golems, golem destroyed. The Art of Lichdom. History of Shadows. No. The ancient pages crumble to dust in your hands. But I wanted to learn about the Art of Lichdom. Okay. Let's get some buffs. Well, I'm glad I kept this +3 weapon, but... Hey! GG, thank you for the words. But it's not going to be enough. I need more +3 weapons if I'm supposed to face 10 of those golems. I hope I find more. Let's check where this goes. Outer Sanctum. Ark of the Three Winds. An empty ark. Much of the wood that once heated the Ark of the Three Winds in the temple's outer temple's outer sanctum has long since crumbled into dust. Its body and hinges were carved from stone, however, and the counterweighted lid lifts as easily now as it was made. Inside them is rotten velvet lining are 3 round depressions. They look as if they are meant to hold 3 spheres, each slightly larger than a grapefruit. Okay. Okay. Locked. Who cares?
Some sorcery turns one attack.
Okay. Would you like your home and belongings guarded? If so, come visit the Golem Emporium on Northwest Vizier Street. We have the protections you need. Maybe we have to actually find a way to take these guardians down. Maybe we are not supposed to kill them. Maybe we need a golem rod or something from this place, Golem Emporium.
Test true power. You cannot win.
One of the 10 guardian golems has been destroyed. With its fall, you feel one step closer to your freedom.
Or has your neck
I think that's what we are supposed to do. Now that I think of it. Just like the golems in the Neverwinter siege.
Is that your face, or has your neck thrown out?
Hey, more books. Ah. Oh, this didn't crumble. This tomb appears to be a long-winded diatribe against a rival city. This Joe Shadows, as it was known, was apparently founded by a former student of Andrentai's own high arcanist. The unnamed student apparently claimed to have discovered a new source of magic he called the Shadow Weave, though the high arcanist claims to have discovered it first. The mage duel was scheduled, but had not yet come to pass by the time the tomb was completed. Okay, so this is one book that didn't get. Never mind, I was just looting too fast for the script to fire. Ritual of the True Winds. When the Mythos Master wields his power atop the Temple of the Winds, the holy secrets of his workings are to remain sealed behind the temple gates, and none but the Giver of the Winds may pass. The Giver of the Winds must first be their seeker, however, and then their finder. The winds are known as the Dark, the Dead, the Wise. In 3 places do they lie in wait. The Dark is held by he who created it, the High Arcanist of Andrentide. May his lifeblood be eternal. The Dead is held by the priests who tend the crypts. The Wise is held by the librarians and lore keepers, and the knowers of wisdom, the sages of dust and time. When all 3 are gathered, the Giver of the Winds must relinquish them into the Ark, that the winds might be transformed and seal at last be broken. Okay, so this is about the empty Ark that we found earlier. What are these Hampton berries? Some other adventurer is going to come to these Netri's ruins, and looking around he will see that there are some green spores on the bookcase, and they're going to think, wow, these must be some important plot item, right? It must be an important crafting reagent. I should keep them. I will probably find a way to make use of them soon, since the Netherese thought they were important. East fragment, east fragment, north fragment, west fragment. Okay. This is becoming reminiscent of the original campaign, but you know, whatever. We are going to find one arc piece from each direction, if I had to guess.
My...
All the northwest is mentioned, so maybe there is west, then there's northwest, then north, northeast, east. Maybe there are 5 or more fragments. In any case, we'll start with west. Actually, would they deal more damage? I think they might. Oh no. Did it bug? So the +3 weapons can hit the golem, but doesn't deal much damage. The +2 weapon might not be able to hit, but it might still impart its electrical 1d6. And the same with this short sword, electrical 1d6. So this combination, this Petty's Tempest and short sword actually might hit for more. I'm going to try that next time. Tabernaki's Guide to Mythals. This book appears to be an ill-organized reference to reference almanac. It defines the term mythal as a large semi-permanent spherical zone of interwoven and highly customized magics in which the laws of arcanism are altered or adjusted to better suit the day-to-day needs of those choosing to live within said sphere. The text goes on to explain that every mythal depends on the existence of powerful artifacts known as mythalar, and it is through these mythalar that the mythal is controlled. In a later appendix listing the various flying cities that were then a part of the Netherese Empire, it is noted that Undrentide's mythalar were housed atop a central structure called the Temple of the Winds. Alright, let's start with the west. You know, I might even try something like this. Right away, let's equip them. Do I have a combination for these? No, let's make this a combination. There's no northwest. But north seems bigger. Oh, behold the tyrant, yeah. Interesting.
We won't both walk away from this.
Oh. Okay, okay. Oh, did Xanos cast it? Look at the experience we get. Let's try this again. I didn't realize it was Xanos who cast the what was the name of that spell? The Black Tentacles. Yes, he was Black Tentacles, thank you. It's a great spell, yeah. Also very dangerous. With Friend to Fire.
You cannot win.
Yeah, Friend to Fire. Does it not have Friend to Fire? Because it had Friend to Fire on the... Maybe in the single player. Because on the role-playing servers I played, they always had Friend to Fire. It is good to know that they are party friendly in the campaigns.
You cannot win.
A character named Penny made your character walk on top of the Black Tentacles for testing. I remember that. I remember that scene. Penelope, the gnome sorceress. She would get physical pain if she cast any wards, you know, protection spells. She didn't like that. You feel a sharp tug and electric shock as a stress collar tightens about your neck. It seems he doesn't want you to stray too far, okay? Her player was a really good role player. Any character they played, I really enjoyed playing with. I lost... I looted an unidentified object, by the way. Oops. Yeah, that's just like a gem of trucing. Let's go north. Maybe let's go east first. Yeah, let's do that. Did we find one of the arc pieces? I don't think so. Light hammer. What an absolute beast of damage. And yeah, it doesn't seem to hit me. Yeah, it's party friendly for sure. Absolutely amazing damage. See you in a bit, GG.
I have to lighten this load.
What? Why did you give me crap? Xanos is making me wish I played a spell sword. A wizard fighter or a sorcerer fighter. Something like that. Maybe a red dragon disciple level, or 5, or 10. Great library, okay, we cannot go there.
You cannot win!
So the challenge ratings of the creatures are catching up, by the way. We are gaining, you know, somewhat appropriate amounts of experience. Not full, not nearly full, but
My steel will strike true.
still good experience. Not 5 per monster anymore. Okay. Let's go north. Probably a good idea to rest though. If we can even rest. I might be able to rest in this room. No, cannot. Can I rest here? I cannot rest. Fine. Is he overburdened? What did he give me? Darts? Okay. Stone Butler. Voices. It's been so long since I've heard voices, and the Mythal too. That too has been gone too long. At last, life returns to Andrentide. I hunt a Medusa named Herodes. A Medusa? I have not seen one of those since my earliest days. Why did she come to Andrentide? Tell me that, and maybe I can help you where she might have gone. She wanted to rule the city, make it fly again. Ah, then she must be the one who reactivated the Mythal. It's controlled from the Temple of the Winds at the city's heart, so that is where you will find her. That was easier than Xanos was expecting. I suspect there will be a catch. But now that the Mythal is restored, the temple will be encased in glowing walls through which you shall have no passage. It is safer that way. There must be a way in. 3 winds were hidden in the 3 great buildings of Andrentide. If there was an emergency, the owners could bring them to the ark that rests at the temple's base. Only then would the temple open. What great buildings? The wise wind was hidden in the great library, in their own tower. The arcanists hid the dark winds, and the clerics housed the dead wind with the bodies in the crypts. Those were the 3. What can you tell me about the rest of the city? The city, while it flew, spread out in all directions. Pick one and I will tell you what was there. Directions might have changed when we fell, but the associations are still the same. What lay to the north? To the north was the great library, home to 1,000 tombs. The people came from all over the empire to read the works of the authors of Andrentide. What lay to the east? To the east there was nothing, only the quarters of slaves and servants. They got the early sun to wake them from their duties. What lay to the south? Those in the south lived in the shadows of the Arcanist Tower. There they trained for centuries, many of them becoming liches before the fall. Too arrogant they were, too arrogant by far. What lay to the west? The crypts loomed in the western quarter. They could not spread out or dig below, so as more died, they built upward, corpses in the sky. What lay at the city center? At the heart of the city rose the Temple of the Winds. From there, all Argentine's power was controlled as there were kept the fragile Mythalar. But I don't understand sense. As there were kept. Anyway. What are you? A butler, yes, a stone butler. I would serve and entertain, tell witty jokes, and to make the customers laugh. It was a long, long time ago. What do you know about the Mythal? The Mythal? Someone has repaired the Mythalar atop the Temple of the Winds and reactivated the Mythal after so long. A part of me is excited and another part afraid. The Mythalar, what are those? They are the crystals from which the Mythal receives its strength. They capture the magic of all the world and put it in the hands of those who control them. Destroy the Mythalar, you destroy the Mythal. What is the Mythal capable of? For a strong Mythal, there are no bounds upon its power. Some have placed new stars within the sky or changed the spinning of the spheres. This one is weak, but even now I feel it growing. Why are you excited about the Mythal's return? There was life here once and happiness. Once the city flew and I knew the taste of the wind. Now there is only gloom and darkness and the slow decay of memory. What frightens you about the Mythal's return? Once the city flew upon the Mythal's wings, we loved the Mythal and we trusted it, but one day it abandoned us. It took less than a minute for us to fall. In only seconds, all but the greatest building shattered. More than half of those who lived were dead. The others fled into the desert and were lost. Only those like me remained to watch the sand slowly cover us. Why did the Mythal abandon you? Who can know the Mythal's heart, but to abandon us she did, and great is the price we paid for trusting her. The Mythal has returned, but I dare not hope she has returned for good. Forgive me, your speech is hard to follow. Once, when I was younger, I was more eloquent, but that was long ago, and I've grown old. Little by little, I am fading. Is this the Golem Emporium on Northwest Vizier Street? Yes, you know the name. Entertainers, clockwork ponies, children's toys that walked and talked, and guardians too for those scared of thieves. Only the guardians remain. Only Master made them well, made them to last, as he did me, his favorite, his love. I was his butler. I miss him very much. You loved your maker? I loved him. He gave me life and purpose. I meant to tell him, but he died. It was very long ago. I entombed him in the store with his creations and watched over him all my days. All my days. These guardians, I need to destroy them. Tell me how. Destroy them? No, they are my maker's creations. They guard as is their duty, but they were always gentle with him when he visited them to make repairs. How did he keep them gentle? He wore a ring that would disable them so he could view their mechanisms. He used it for all of his creations. It felt so nice to be at peace. Where is this ring? I buried him with him long ago. I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. I built a coffin for him over there, in that room, and put flowers on it because I loved him. Please do not disturb his rest. But I must, I need that ring. No, those who would disturb my maker are not welcome here. Please leave me be. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. Haha, I got your master's ring. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing? Can I kill you?
Test true power!
Nah. He tells jokes to the customers, chat. How can we kill him? Or it. Oh, did I gain more experience destroying it this way? Hey, Malandil. Unit 4 M3L operational. Welcome. It's great to see you. How are you today?
Is that your face, or has your neck thrown up?
No, I'm gaining more experience destroying them this way. 99 more. It makes me really sad. Sleepy day. Yeah, you and me both. Been busy and gotta go shopping. Alright, QP. Enjoy your shopping. Don't buy things you don't need. Or buy whatever, I don't care.
You cannot win!
Low energy last couple of days. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I was fine yesterday. Today, I didn't get much sleep at night. And when I woke up with headache. So I had to take painkillers, which makes me drowsy all day. I'm not functioning at 100% today. I mean, I'm not functioning at 100% any day, let's be honest. But today it's even lower. Oops, sorry, we won't be able to go in there. I think I missed out on around 600 or 700 experience. Where did we come from? Did we come from here?
The guardians fall silent. You have done well, my slave.
We lost the Golem Maker's ring.
Continue to work on the passageway, but we are not free yet. For my own safety, I will not remove your collar. You are free to wander where you will.
You understand what I say, do you not? Besides, my slave, perhaps you will find some other way out of here when my foolish trolls cannot. You see why I must keep you under my thumb? How do you know whether I've accomplished the task or not? Can you not hear? Ah, see how I have already begun to think of Yeskin. Yes, we have no ears in the way you know them. Instead, we listen with the very surface of our skin. Once my trolls told me what to listen for, I could always hear them waiting there like ghosts. Now their whisper has faded from my skin, and that is how I know you have succeeded in your task. There are other things you must discuss. Yes, speak then, for your master listens. I need your help. Herodes must be stopped. Herodes, is it? Do all your enemies have such pretty names? Come, you must tell me of her. She's an evil Medusa, crazed with power. Ah, that would explain the predicament I found you in, wouldn't it? Alas, you have the misfortune of being a slave to a merchant, not a warrior. I will aid you only as a merchant can help, but beyond that, I cannot help. You know what, Show me what you sell. Just +2. Mirrored armor. Potion seller. I'm going to battle. And I need your strongest potions. Tattered leather. The joints of this armor have gone stiff with time and the panels have been eaten through, leaving you dangerous legs. But is this a special item that I should keep, or can I drop it? Is it trash? Can someone let me know? Quickly, can someone check tattered leather? Rusted light armor, also with this. One use per day. Ooh, this is okay. This is very different from the one we had on the roleplay server. That had a single charge and it would get destroyed. This is 1 use per day. Check the tattered leather and the rusted light armor. See if they are of any use at all. I don't need this. I should bag these potions, they are probably heavy. Well, I should bag the magic items actually. Okay, this is a great item. Free greater restoration. But I cannot buy it, I don't have money. Okay, they're probably trash then. Don't worry about it, parrots. It's fine. Greater stone skin. Why do trolls no longer live under bridges, instead live above them? They get a better signal. Hey Blackbird. Good to see you, welcome. Is that how they are able to connect to the internet? Okay, so we are going to the 3 locations that we had to skip. Starting with the Great Library. Ancient Dusk method. Dust method. Not Dusk method.
What do you want?
What do I want? You approach me, buddy. You approach me. I don't want anything from you. This is my new favorite activity. Destroying books. Oh, they got angry. This would be easier if I had a vacuum cleaner instead of swords.
You will regret that.
Am I cursed? I have removed curse scrolls. But possibly resting will fix it. No regard for literature. I never learned to read. It is really enjoyable though. I recommend that you try it yourself. If you happen to find any 10,000-year-old books, just touch them and they just become dust. Does light counter darkness? Probably not, right? I think if you cast a light spell at a higher level than the darkness spell, then I think it overrides darkness. But I wouldn't be able to do that, since I'm not casting from a book. But I would be casting either from a scroll or a magic item, which has the innate level of the spell, the minimum level as the innate level. Yeah, that's because sunlight is a very high spell, right? Although I don't know if sunlight doesn't even check the levels. But the minimum level of darkness versus sunlight is, you know, darkness is much lower. These are +2s, right? By the way, I have been neglecting to check for secret passages. I wonder if I missed anything. I mean, I kinda checked the map to see if there are any prime real estate spots for secret passages. There doesn't seem to be any. Maybe this little bit could be.
You will regret.
There's a lot of bullets. Oh. Crucial of the True Winds. This is the same book. Never mind. I take back my excitement. I'm not excited anymore. I will check this bit. Nah, there are bookshelves there. There cannot possibly be a secret passage behind the bookshelf. You never see that happen. Okay, though, what am I miss? Oh, I missed a huge part. Never mind. With not one but 3 dust elementals. Can I cast something next to fireballs? You cannot use that item. What do you mean? Like, oh, I have to wear it. Yeah. I can cast once more though. I almost used all of it. Why am I doing this? Obsessively. I don't know. But it's fun. Alright, Gigi. See you soon. See you soon. Okay. What is this? An empty tome. The ink that once covered these pages has all but faded away, leaving a pale, blank surface. Dust covers the pages of this unassuming romance novel. It is lovingly illustrated, though the inks have dulled with age. Read the novel. Are we playing... Okay. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Gendra, sweet Gendra, you are gone. Betrayed by kin and clan and I, your William, I can do nothing more for you than weep. O gods, thy names are cruelty and injustice. Calm down, everything's going to be okay. Okay, that is all my life can ever be now without her. Gone are the days of wonderful and splendid. Gone is her beauty from my world. Everything is drab and plain and ordinary again. What happened? How can I help? On learning of our love, her stepmother sent her to the monastery across her way. An ill wind comes from it though. I can sense it on the air, smell it on the air. I fear for her. This is just like one of your Japanese animes. Can you not charge to her rescue? Oh, that I were a knight and had the means to do so. Alas, since birth the gods have cursed me with eyes that cannot see and a twisted leg that leaves me lame. It is enough I have made it this far without dying heartbroken, blind and lonely within the depths of some crevasse. Oh, sweet Gendra, this world is a tragedy for us both.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
Hey, Legion, welcome. Good to see you. How are you, Legion? Who is this Gendra you weep for? A girl with the softest voice and the smoothest skin. Her lips on mine were ever tender. Noble by blood and nobler yet by soul. I loved her and she loved me in return. Calm down, everything's going to be okay. Do you know how to find the Wise Wind? The Wise Winds, I have heard the name, though I know not where. But what use have you for a beggar such as me? I am blind and lame and with a broken heart besides. Please leave me to my sorrows. Goodbye, William. Go, I pray you, live a happier, less accursed life than mine. Why you gotta work? I cannot answer that for you. Only you can. Oh, what is this? That's a different model. Looks kinda, you know, like puke, but still. I should rest, by the way. Okay, I'm still cursed. It didn't pass. Let's rest again, see if it passes. DLC is more memorable to you than the base game. You'll never remember Erbeth. Yeah, DLCs are better, for sure. In many ways. Okay, we have to remove cars. Well, she's a great character. Is she? Okay. Oh, Jendra is dead. No, sweet Jendra. What's that? Is that a Baylor? Devil.
You will regret that. We won't both walk away from...
Okay, this wasn't a difficult fight. Alright, I have destroyed enough books. I'm not going to do that anymore. What are these sounds? They can be whatever you want them to be for you. I'm not going to judge. If you're asking for the actual answer, they are death sounds. But yeah, I'm not going to judge. This pillar is trapped. Really? Oh, of course. Alright. We are getting some sweet, sweet rewards. Sadly, it appears that you have arrived too late and the fears of Jendra's lover William were well founded. This pretty young maiden has been sacrificed in some sort of unholy ritual from which she can never return. Really? Is that so? Or... Ah. Well, that sucks. And we use charges. Let's reload. You clipped it? Of course you did, because why wouldn't you? What is this? This looks like Bard's song. Negative effects. It's a dangerous area. What is this pen? I gained experience for getting the fringes of this quill pen seem ragged and sparse, but the nib is firm. Regardless, you will require some ink before you can use it. Caltrops are definitely not ink. I'm sure I looted it. Did I not? I think we saw ink somewhere. I don't remember. Something holds you here within this foul temple. It seems this tale moves only forward, never back. How does that exactly move? Oh, maybe I can open the door now that I picked up the quill. On the nature of hell. Blood stains the pages of this illuminated manuscript. It appears to be a religious treatise of some sort. Read the treatise. Hey, I thought I was reading something.
Your soul shall be mine.
What the heck is this?
Your soul shall be mine.
This is an actual succubus. Okay, they are dead.
Greetings.
So you come to torment me for my crime, have you? You have come to spit upon the once great curses and write my name within the annals of the infamy. I've seen your type before. We just casually looted a Nymph Cloak plus 5, which is a great upgrade for Xanos. Okay. The once great curses? Once, yes, but whittled down now to the bare snub of my former self. But once, I was the greatest wizard in all the floating seas of Natural. My fingers clutched the ankles of the gods even then, in the moments of my crime. What were your crimes? Crimes? No, there was only ever the one. Hubris, arrogance, madness, call it what you will. I simply wanted to be one with magic. And for a single moment, I was. I cast a spell of such power that I saw the soul of the world. But like the woman who spies an unwanted suitor at her window, she cast this once great curses out. She cast us all out. All the archviziers of Natural, all our precious metals, all our floating cities. What do you mean she cast you out? Taken from a Nymph plus 5 skin. Probably not. Could be though. Magic flows like a river from the soul of the world. If the soul of the world dams that flow, those of us downriver must suddenly do without. For but a few minutes in all the history of the world, there was no magic. So that is why the cities fell? It is indeed. It is why so many great works suddenly failed. Because of my lust to see the soul of the world, hundreds of thousands perished. Those who had extended their life through magic withered within moments. Natural's great floating cities fell and shattered everyone. What has been your punishment? I've suffered in this hell for 10,000 years or more, only the merest portion of the eternity I owe. Succubi came to tempt me, but I spurned them. The very hounds of hell nip at my heels, but I shrugged them off. For worst of all are my own memories, yet I dare not let them fade. To forget the fallen is to kill them twice. No, I have mixed an ink of ash and my own blood, and with it written my confession, every ounce of it the truth. May I read your confession? Yes, it is done now. After countless years of endless turmoil, it is complete. Here, take what remains of the ink. My blood in it will let you pass the gates. Read it and tell the world that I am sorry. Aw, he's sorry, Chad. He's sorry. Sorry. Inventory management comes before dialogue. Do you know how I might find the Wise Winds? Ah, you are the seeker of the winds. Long has it been since I set foot upon the fair Tide. Lost now, all lost and broken. But yes, the Wise Wind. If you seek it, then you already carry it. Not in your pocket, but in your mind. Your heart, your soul. You need but write it down to make it real. I'm here to destroy you. I still have sufficient arrogance and honor to desire life. If it damns me further, I care not. I have kept the very legions of hell at bay and shall do the same for you. That didn't go as planned, did it, Archwizard?
Greetings.
I'm here to save you. Are you a succubus taking on some other guise, making yet another promise with which to tempt me? These are the weird deaths of hell. There is no salvation here, nor redemption. Fie on you and all your mockery. I feel like you would be doing him a favor, killing him, right? But still, I feel weird about killing him. We don't need to kill him. We can keep him alive.
Greetings.
Goodbye. So I can right now. I need a parchment or something. Oh, it's the empty tome that I'm supposed to write it, right? Possibly. Yeah, I should have guessed. This is rusted.
I have to lighten this load.
Should have guessed. Okay. Oh, Great Remote Health. It's a good one. Good one for sure. This book is bound in human flesh and the edges of its pages are charred and black. Cinder holes have burned their way through much of the text. Read the Confessions of the Archmage, Karsus. It all began in the library in the rival city of Tide. Oh, I'm back here. Okay. Okay. Write a story to catch the wise hand. You dip your quill into the bottle of ink and begin. Oh, interesting. In a darkened wood. It doesn't take you long to write your tale. You lay down your quill satisfied. Oh, I thought I was going to actually write something. No. Read the story that you've written. The Wise Wind? We can fight the Wise Wind. Do we have to? There was more during the loading tip. Possibly, yeah. Could be. Well, the Wise Wind was taking sneak damage, so... The Wise Wind. It's a tragedy. Can I go back there?
Just a tragedy.
Okay, we are done with this. We are done with this. Let's go to the next one. It was nice. It was a good side plot. It wasn't simply that you went into the library and killed the boss that protected the chest, and then in that chest you find the wise ones. Oops, our first floor. Okay. You know what? Let's do this last. There was a pattern for minigames during loading screens that only expired once loading screens had become instantaneous. Really? There was a pattern for that? Okay, this is also several floors, it seems. Well, let's do here first. I'm awake, I'm awake. Man the hatches, we are diving to 300 feet. What? Hey, I bet you thought I was crazy for a minute there, didn't you? 300 feet, huh? That's the kind of tomfool protocol that got us into this mess in the first place. 1,000 feet, I told them. What, did they listen? 1,000 feet? Absolutely, 1,000 foot minimum. 2,000 if you can. It's a safety precaution in case something goes horribly dreadfully wrong, you see. The Shadow War, they kept 1,000 foot minimum. What could possibly go wrong? Well, you could fall out of the sky for starters, then the High Arcanist to whom you are bonded body and soul could die a horrible crushing death beneath a pile of rubble while shopping for your morning vegetables. Now Xanos is glad he never found a familiar he liked. What kind of inbred animal would want to live with someone like you? I mean, except the humankind. There was this little toad once, alas, poor Hoppy, I scratched him well. After that, you linger, haunted by guilt for untold years, and insipid fire elemental for warmth and company, while Shadow War from a rival and much smarter city slowly occupied the school of said High Arcanist headmaster. Cheer up, it's not so bad. Then, just when you think you've settled into a morosely pleasant experience, someone comes along and fires up the old Mythalar again, no doubt hoping to buzz around the landscape at 300 feet all over again. You mean Herodes? Do I know her name? Was I supposed to have gazed into a crystal ball or found her name etched into the star sky? How would I know who she is? You're just a rat, I could step on you. But not before I beat you and infected you with some deadly disease. I'm trying to tell you about the repercussions of this. Big repercussions. Are you listening to me? Frightened by the sudden activities, said Shadow War began to steal everything, bricks, mortar, and Darkwind notwithstanding. Back to their namby-pamby plane of shadows, and then, just when you think things couldn't get any worse, what with the Shadow War and all, I find myself rudely awoken and asked ridiculous banal questions by the likes of you. High Arcanist? Yes, old what's his name. What, it's been a while, alright? I mean, they have all manner of rules and whatnots in place for what should happen to a wizard when his familiar dies, but the reverse? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. School? What, were you raised in a barn? Are you so unfamiliar with the concept of a school? It's called the Arcanist Tower. S apostrophe, plural possessive, as in many Arcanists, all claiming partial ownership of the same tower. Xanos does not know why, but I always thought rats would be more jovial, less cynical, and hostile in attitude. I'm old and tired. You rolled me off the wrong side of the bed today. Come back tomorrow and I'll be as sweet as an nymph. Really? No. Now shut your yap and let me get back to the thread of my conversation with the human prime. In short, it used to be a boring old place where they teach you how to blow things up. This is the first floor right here, not much to see. As for the upper floors, they are shadows of their former selves, I must say. Mythalar? The little magic thingamabot sits that makes this place tick, as it were. Whoever has it up atop the Temple of the Winds, if you're interested, though no doubt it's sealed off now that someone's got the thing running again. You mean Herodes? You're asking me? What do I look like in Netherese, Herald? Back when I still had any sense of ambition, I poked around up there and tried to pull all the Mythalar back together. Never could find all of the pieces, but it does seem that someone's finally finished what I started. Darkwind? There's a little part of me that knows I'm going to regret telling you this, but as I said, it's little and not particularly bright either. You see, it's a safety regulation. When someone's controlling the Mythal, it's a pretty big deal and you want to keep them safe from distractions, right? So you seal off the temple. But what if something goes horribly dreadfully wrong? What kind of wrong are we talking about here? You name it really. A sudden heart attack, interplanetary invasion, a fishbone stuck in the throat, spontaneous human combustion, quite common amongst Arcanists Natch, a burning desire to dive to 300 feet. In situations like that, you need a backdoor, as it were, hence the Ark of the Tree Winds that sits outside the temple and the three side winds being dispersed throughout the city in case of emergency. Where can I find these three winds? Well, the Dead Wind is with the cryptologists, I don't know, the folk in the crypt tower at any rate, and the Wise Winds tucked away in the library somewhere. One would think it was foolish to keep the winds spread around the city, if one might need to get in the tower in a hurry. Chrome lads at your three winds. Ah, you aren't as dumb as you look. Let's just say that hoofing it was not really the preferred mode of transportation in a magical society where teleportation was as common as copper. They must have had awesome powers. Too bad they were not wise enough to survive. That would save a lot of time. To just be able to teleport wherever you wanted to go. If memory serves, yes indeed. That doesn't make things easy, but after a city crashes into the ground, one would assume a mythical emergency to be the last thing on anyone's mind. As for the Dark Winds, well, that used to be in possession of my master, High Arcanist. What's his pickle? But who's to say now? It's all on account of those Shadow War, you see. Shadow War? Yes, back when my master, High Arcanist, who's a Macaulay, was still alive, one of his students broke off and formed a rival city. The student could have taught my master a few things about safety regulations, might I add. When all the floating steeds of natural tumbled out of the sky, the student city was flying at a safe altitude of 1,000+ feet, you see. He had time to jump the entire city into the plane of shadow. Plane of shadow? How did he do that? Oh, goodness knows. He always was a bright lad. At any rate, the shift was permanent and they've stayed there ever since, with the exception of the occasional trip into the unturned tide. Call themselves Shadower now. If they are trapped in the shadow plane, how did they get here? Look, just because I have a ridiculous high IQ doesn't mean I have all the answers, okay? We were rival cities, full of spies and industrial espionage that, like, there's always a backdoor somewhere. Regardless, after the crash, they pretty much took up residence here in the tower. Now that someone's reactivated the mythal though, they are getting jumpy. Nobody wants to fall right, so they're stealing stuff. What are they stealing? Oh, and any of my master's magic, I'm sure, and the Darkwind especially. But to be honest, they are tearing the entire place apart, bricks, mortar, everything. I guess they mean to rebuild it back at home. So you're just lying here doing nothing? I'm a rat. A smart rat, a talking rat, but still a rat. Smart enough to know better than to mess with Shadow War. That's for sure. If the bricks are so important, you go fight them for it. Xanos would like to see us flying over the ground, rising above all others. It would lift his spirits as much as his body, but only if we control the flying city. And just how high would you fly the city? 1,000 feet minimum? At least you seem able to learn. I don't suppose this one who walked the city would be so smart. Maybe you aren't too bad, but I don't trust your human friend either. Your human friend here. While you're at it, why don't you just hop one of their handy shadow portals and take the battle to their bloody homeland? What do I care? Undertide is dead and gone. That's what you get for bad safety regulations. If you don't mind me asking, what's with the fire elemental? Old fire shorts, don't mind him, his brain boiled off long ago, but he casts a fair bit of light to keep the Shadow War at bay. Besides, he's handy to have around when I need someone to talk at. Excuse me, I need your help. Really? Well, you found the wrong rodent. Aren't there space hamsters who do these things? I tried to help once, you hear? 1,000 feet, I told them. But did they listen? Oh no. I hunt a Medusa named Herodes. Cry me a river. We've all got our problems, understand? Now about that 1,000-foot minimum. It's a safety precaution in case something goes horribly dreadfully wrong, you see? The Shadow War kept a proper minimum. A talking rat, are you? And yes, with an IQ triple your own. I wager, and more grey hairs than you can shake a wig at. Now leave me alone and go play with the Shadow War or something. Never mind. Nope, I never do, never do. That ought to teach you to let the sleeping rat lie. It's the idea for the time travel, where you could only travel through time, but not through space. If you did not travel through nanosecond precise intervals, you'd miss the planet and end up in space. Interesting. Was AFK for work purposes? There is zero reason to be sorry, Barden. You know that. Glad to have you back, though. That wine is either vinegar or very, very valuable.
This is an outrage!
Or both.
I am cursed!
Maybe.
Test true power.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Test true power.
You will regret it.
What do they drop? Shadow gems. Well, I guess we gotta move.
We won't both walk.
Because they keep coming. Will they end? Lane of Shadow.
We won't both walk away from this.
Like a B-52? I don't understand that. Okay, we are finding a lot of these same armors. Oh, okay. Stealth bomber. Gotcha. I guess so then. Okay.
I will.
I understand how this works. Come on, again? I hope I can rest here. Yeah, I can. Looks like I'll be eating cheese wedge. Now I want to eat cheese. I was already hungry. I don't think I'm going to keep fighting. I think I will just rush. This is meaningless. They keep respawning. I'd like to find a way though. Okay, this looks promising. How did they cast magic missiles to me from the shadow portal? From the shadow plane, through the portal. Is it this one? Yes.
Tasty! Tasty!
You may need to start bringing a flask. Flask of what though? Chilada? No resting is allowed here.
What do you...
What is this? Shadows flit within this strange gem. Something about it seems insubstantial. Well, as if it's not fully of this place. Yes. I want to drink some of that. There's other bullets, I agree. Ooh, cutscene. Now, my minion, seize it. Yes, my master. You shall be ours. Fools, must I do everything myself? Your powers are mine. The dark wind is mine. Your power shall be unequaled, your foulness. Your blackness, let us return to the shadow. Some of you remain here. I sense another has come in search of our prize. My search is so high I don't have to go into detect mode. Portable door. Small stone door. As if fit for a dollhouse. The phrase "Here there be shadows" is inlaid with silver on the door's surface. She did. A force field bars your way. Perhaps you need to possess some type of object or key for it will work. This is an unsuitable location for your portable door. Did they leave through here? Pass through the doorway. Layer of the Shadow Lich. Shadow Lich? That was a Shadow Lich?
Go get yours, scum!
You will regret that.
Jumping ineffective. Okay, that works very well. That was our Mage of Disruption from the main campaign, by the way. Amazing weapon. In other news, someone finally came up with the things you wanted for decades. What were the things that you wanted for decades? Moth-eaten robes. Why do I have these? They're actually releasing 0% caffeine energy drinks. Oh, really? How do they give energy? Isn't it the caffeine that gives you the energy? Well, I guess there are other chemicals in there. Nuclear fusion. There's plutonium in there. But thankfully there's no caffeine, so... Coca-Cola Quantum, yes. That's the point. If you only want the taste but don't want the energy. Oh, so I understand. I understand what you mean. They don't actually provide energy, is what you say. So it's the taste of the energy drink without all the pros and cons. I also do find energy drinks taste to be very pleasant. I enjoy drinking them, but I never drink them because I think they, you know, they do more harm than good. I don't enjoy them that much. Besides, they are very expensive. Unnecessarily expensive to be drunk just as soda. I would rather drink some Coke, which is much cheaper and tastes better, in my opinion. So I guess we are done here, but I don't think we got what... Oh, did I? I've been missing this. The Dark Wind. But did I level up again? I would rather do Coke than soda. Okay. If you're buying, sure. They're expensive. Cocaine Bear. I haven't bought energy drinks for a very long time either, but I remember they were much more expensive than your regular soda. And that makes sense that they are. Cocaine streamer? No. I would never do drugs on stream. I mean, never. You have a training session for an hour. Alright, Barton. Enjoy your training. Good luck with it. How much would they cost in Turkey? I don't know. Drug? Oh, cocaine. Is there a shortcuts? Quick way out? I mean, to be fair, if you want to compare prices within two countries, you also have to compare prices of other things, more basic things such as bread, water, if it's a salt commodity, And you know how much people earn? It makes no sense otherwise. How did chat start asking me to for cause of this and that drag? No, that's not what's happening. They are talking about the price of energy drinks, not drugs. I wouldn't know the price of drugs. I don't buy drugs. I grow them. I mean, I don't use them. Hey, Board Game Evan. Welcome, welcome. It's great to see you. How are you today? Soda has grown to the same price as energy drinks. In Poland? Okay, I got a key. Quick exit. Doing good. Had a long but good day. That's good to hear, Ray. That's good to hear. I'm glad you had a good day. Okay, north now. Man stash, not stash. Thanks for the message. Oh, don't mention it. Don't mention it. I should thank you. All right, the last wins. I did, yes. Exactly, I did. Yeah, that's another way to disarm, I suppose. Okay, we are fighting the undead, so let's switch weapons. Mace of Disruption here. And I can keep the Petty Tempest here. Okay, let's disarm these traps. Wait, did it even not trigger? Why are the traps not triggering? Hey, traps, come on. What is this? Everything is a trap and they don't trigger. Wait, they are not ending. Can I destroy them? Ethereal Visage. That's a great spell.
I have to lighten this load.
We are getting... Our bags are getting very full. Crypt key. Sunsoul, I think. The ones we have, but probably not +5. Two more. No, 3 more. Why do I keep pausing? I mean, I'm doing it accidentally, not on purpose. Okay, let's help Xanos before he dies. Oh, there's another. Sorry, Xanos. Okay. Oh, they drop scrolls. You're not doing anything until these traps are cleared. Okay, okay, then I won't clear them, so you stay there. Can I not trigger them? He can trigger them, but not me. This will take ages. Come on, Xanos. Near death. Okay. What the heck? You say you're not doing anything until these two traps are cleared, and then run right onto the trap that I'm working on. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I hope we can rest, by the way.
I have to lighten this load.
Of course. Maybe I should just move on. Still space here. How am I able to run? I thought I was overburdened. And I am. Okay, I think that's all. Unless I forgot some here. No, that's all. Okay. Okay, this way. Let's try to rest though. Get some buffs. I think we can hit level 20 before we start Horse of the Underdark.
There.
Burning Man. Are you going to loot all of them, really?
I have to lighten this load.
What is this? It's a big head. Come on, you are looting all of them, are you not?
I have to lighten this load.
Okay. Let's back these. I feel like these might be also rusted. But we cannot identify them. What's he wielding? A maze? Oh, the walls change.
You will regret that.
Can we destroy the walls? We can destroy the walls.
To power!
My steel will strike.
So we need to... one of these exits is the correct exit, I mean, we have to find it, right? Okay, I'm sorry, chat. I know you like it when I read the gravestones, but there are too many. Diamond.
You will regret that.
Okay, let's back. Oh, that is full. Okay, we are actually full for those 2x3 items. We are completely full in the bags of holding. Cloaks are lighter though, so... Actually, this is lighter. I'm carrying way too much. What is that? Oh, I still have stuff here. Rage unfollow. Nah.
I have to lighten this load.
Okay. Oh, look at the crap he has.
I have to lighten this load.
Where did the items go? There were a bunch more items. Where did they go? They disappeared. Vijal doesn't read gravestones. What do you mean? I read them in every game. I read them in Betrayal's Grandeur. I read them in Arcanum, in Fallout. What else? Am I going to read them in Probably not. You said there were way too many in Sacred, right? I remember you saying that. No, that's not how it happened, QP. I read them voluntarily. More armor. Even more. Okay. This is 3. This is 1. You know why I'm not reading the gravestones? Because I want you to be excited about them and replay the game yourself.
You will regret that.
I'm trying to help you. Are we supposed to just get here and exit, or? Yeah, it was that, but we are going to check the others regardless. Because you know what? We might find more rusted items that way if we explore everywhere. Rusted items for days.
You.
Oh, is this not rusted? It is not rusted, and it has this same image as rusted. Wow. Developers are evil. I think these are rusted items. Which one was it? This one. I'm pretty sure these are rusted items. We have found so many of them. 1, 2, 3 here. But I cannot be absolutely sure. Actually, let's try this. Yes. Yes, rusted plate, rusted plate.
I have to lighten this load.
Cannot identify that though. Oh, did the effect end? No, maybe it did end. Actually, let's drink and pause. Oh, this is chainmail plus 3. Oh, wow. Healing Circle. This is a great spell to kill the undead around you. Okay, let's start from this bag again. Mithril shield, that's a nice one. Netherese axe. Trash. Commander's ring with knock. It's alright, I guess. Full plate plus 2. Green leaf, what is this? Plus 5. I don't wear leather anymore though. Laughing blade. On it, confusion. I wonder if it casts Tasha CD's laughter. Could be. Storm armor, what is this? Not bad. Not too good. So these are trash.
I have to lighten this load. I have to lighten this load.
It's a robe of Vecna. Why is it not half as good as the one in Baldur's Gate though? Camouflage displacements. I don't need that. Because the one in BG was way too good, that is true.
Test power.
Why is he heavy? Oh, there they are.
I have to lighten this load. I have to lighten this load.
I should probably tell him to stop collecting. This is getting out of hand.
What do you want?
Tactics, traps and items, stop automatically picking them up. Revenants. See, chat? You asked for it, you boosted it, you get it. Here, Revenant for you. Maybe from the next sarcophagus we'll see Nox. Weapon ineffective. Alright, bone golems are not undead, they are constructs, so this is better, right? You haven't even voted for it. Well, it got so much support, we didn't even vote for it. Okay, last one. Okay, that is actually all of it.
My steel will strike true.
What's happening? Oh, now it's open. So very rude. Get out of my way. Yes, we are there. Okay. I saved the game. The game saves itself automatically. I panic and save again. Does that make sense? Because I do it all the time. Wait, this is not working.
You cannot win. We won't both walk away from this.
Are we killing wind zombies next to the dead wind? Is that what we need to do?
No, I need healing, damn you!
No, you don't need healing, you died. You need resurrection. What happened there?
Some sorcery turns my attack.
Greater wind zombie. Let's reload this. I cannot rest here. It sucks.
What do
I
you
could
want?
use new buffs. Maybe we have to kill the greater ones.
There.
Water zombies weren't that ridiculous. Neverwinter has wind zombies. Of course they weren't ridiculous. I never said they were.
What do you want?
Cast a spell. Oh, I cannot tell him to cast Eward.
We won't both walk away from...
I think what we need to do is kill the greater wind zombies. Now come here. Well, okay, so when I killed the greater one, this green thing disappeared. And then Deadwind killed all the wind zombies and gained the green thing again, which I think makes it invulnerable. No. Okay. So the green thing disappearing has nothing to do with the greater wind zombies dying. Come on. Let's do this fight again. This time properly.
Some sorcery turns my attack.
No.
Okay.
I need healing, damn you!
Nice. It takes damage now. The thing is, I don't know how to resurrect Xanos. No. Oh, I should be able to resurrect with healing circle, right? Healing circle is one charge. I misread it. I thought it was once per day. No, it's still good. Yeah, I know. I thought I didn't have any healing sources in my build. So, okay. What? I got crit for 76. I thought I had one. I was so wrong. Drop a potion. I don't think you can feed other characters potions. You can use healing kits. And obviously you can cast healing spells, but not use potions.
Both walk away from.
Can you fight?
Some sorcery turns my attack.
No. Lost so much time. If I had disarm, it would work very well with these greater wind zombies. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm friendly. Okay, that wind is dead. Let's save, I guess. We have one more use.
No, I need healing, damn you!
My steel will strike true.
No, I need healing, damn you!
Come on, knockdown. Okay, so gotta find a way to raise Xanos. Yeah, I cannot use a potion on him. What do I have? Does this have healing? Lights, prayer. I don't have anything that is. Can I rest? Resurrection. Okay, that worked. And the last one. Now we can rest. Ooh. I can finally empty my inventory, I think. Oh, really?
I have to lighten this load. I have to lighten this load. I have to lighten this load.
No wonder you are so slow.
This load.
Alright. Let's sell the crap and then we are going to go to the temple. Who is casting what? Come on, I killed all the enemies here. Okay. Nah, I'm not going to keep this. It's too big of an item to keep. Let's look at these again. Elven Chain. It's actually decent, but it's just I will be losing both haste and... I mean... my armor has haste on it, so... I cannot even imagine changing that. Yeah, that's just Well, I just hope the Rod of Resurrection also. I hope I won't need it again. That's fine. That's fine, we won't die again. Twin Fists of Fire. What is Flame Twin? I wonder. Hello? What the heck?
Vengeance. The very sand cries out. Fury.
Alright, this is also fixed. Inventory managed. Let's rest. Is Nebuchadnezzar Bogu here? Did the match happen? How did it go? I'm definitely going to watch the WOD, but you know, I'd like to hear from one of you if you're here also. What do you mean, nope? Did it not happen? Bogu 130, wow, really? They are not here, okay. They are streaming, yeah, sure, of course. That makes sense. Bogu won 3-0. I mean, Bogu was the favorite among the two, but I didn't think he would win 3-0.
What do you want?
Okay, let's buff. While you're buffing, some of them were close. I bet they were.
Obidai, Verdua, Barkat.
Thanks, Gigi. You are always here to buff me, buddy.
There.
There. Oh, this is a nice animation. You had best prepare yourself before entering the temple. You do not know if its seal might close behind you. And what does Xanos wish to say? This is it, I think. We shall meet Herodis again very soon, and there must not be things left unsaid between us as there was between Master Drogon and myself. What is it? You and Master Drogon, you have changed me from the way I once was. You have made a new man of me. Once this Herodis has been dealt with, perhaps we shall see what the future will hold in store for us. You will be welcome to travel by my side. Perhaps, perhaps not. I'm not at all certain that we will survive this, but I must speak my piece now. In spite of all that has been between us, both good and bad, I count you as a true friend, Ray. I mean that. You may not agree, you may not feel it is appropriate, but that is the way things stand. You are my friend, and as such, I will stand by you in the final battle. Wait, final battle? Are we finishing the game? Or is it just Xanos being, I don't know, like he feels this is the final moment, even though it may cost me my life. I mean, Lino gave us a similar speech right before the actual final battle in the main campaign, so this might actually be the final. We might be able to finish Shadows of Androntide today. Is Barden or someone else who knows this expansion here to tell me if this is the final battle or not? Thank you, Xanos. Let us go now and meet our fate then. I'm guessing second chapter. It must be second chapter. I get a third one? No. Hey Sangnif, hello. How are you, Sangnif? Good to see you. There is not a third chapter in this expansion. I'm alright. Thanks for asking. The day didn't start great, but it has gotten better, definitely. So I'm alright now.
You shall suffer greatly.
Yeah, there was an intermission. That was a shorter chapter that involved our caravan travel. I died. I died from the traps that I didn't care about. No, I'm... But this time I got petrified. The poison just kills me. It's just the poison.
You will regret that.
Why did you have to cast it here? You just wasted it. Check what? Stat drains? Oh yeah, that could be the case, but I don't think that happens in Neverwinter Nights actually. I think the lowest you can drain a stat to is 3, so you do not die from stat drains. Wisps and kings may are colossal bags of dicks? I wouldn't know. Could be. Can we rest? We can rest. Let's rest. Let's check the chests again. I think I missed the chest at least one.
What do you want?
I'm curious to play Kingmaker. If it gets selected. Wisp ambushes. Are you playing at a high difficulty, by the way, Sangnif? Okay. You actually have to turn it down to normal. Oh, you found it more difficult. Well, that's refreshing. Not as a general rule, of course, but the newer RPGs seem to be easier than the olden ones. I looted this chest just now, right? Yeah.
What do you want?
What is the party system like in Pathfinder? Do you recruit companions regenerated for the story, or can you design your own henchmen? How many people do you get in your party? Okay, what am I supposed to do? Oh. Really healing? These spells and healing are so annoying.
You is that your face, or has your neck thrown up?
Weapon ineffective. Okay, this is getting silly. Oh, he's feared. Wow, more of them joined, okay. We are redoing this fight. So I need to cure my strength first.
What do you want? What? There.
How long does divine power last? Oh, I forgot to say... I cannot talk anymore. Okay. Well, there goes all the buffing, and I also lost true sight.
lighten this load. We won't both walk away from this.
Why can't I deal damage though?
Turns my attack. My steel will strike true. We won't both.
Okay. Let's take another path. Is it all skeletal devourers?
Some sorcery turns my attack.
Why am I not dealing any damage? Okay, I understand they have stone skin, but why are they immune to electrical also?
I have to lighten this load.
Why are they so difficult?
It cannot end like this.
There's got to be a way to kill them easily. There are levers there. How to go there? Oh. Hi. I'm not going to fight 50 skeletal devourers. It's a pain.
Test true power.
Okay. I should survive the process. Well, depends on how much I save scum. No, we are not going to fight. We are going to go past them. Unitary Knight is now 10% of my total time played. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. Baldur's Gate 2 is still, I don't know, 15%? So this is one. You're not even close to being finished, that is true. But I think we are close to finishing SOU, right? Am I right in assuming that? No, get out of my way. No, not true side. Come on, please do not dispel. Okay. I can do it. I can do it. I can't do it. Oh no, I didn't save after the first lever. Aww. Well, let's do it again. Wait, I did save. I did save.
Moo. Moo. Moo.
What's happening there?
Save game.
Not here. Let me get the next lever, then I can.
New critical hits boost. Amalanduel just boosted Muunzo Biranzan.
Oh, did they cast True Sight? I mean, I have an Ethereal Visit scroll, so... At worst, I can use that.
No.
You know, I think I have to use that. Where's my
critical hits boost?
Okay.
Amalanduel just boosted Moose effect.
What? 3, yeah. That makes much more sense. Do you have more moo boosts? Moosts, if you will.
New critical hits boost.
Couch.
Amalanduel just boosted the Coucher.
Okay. Thanks, Amalanduel. Okay, I don't have my ethereal visit scroll. I thought I had one. I'm sure I had one. I think I sold it accidentally. Get out of my way! Yeah. Let me go!
Some sorcery turns my attack.
Well. We'll go there later. You know, I think I need to tell Xanos to...
What do you want?
Stay here, maybe? No, I can't tell him that. If I told him to wait and then stealthed my way, also invisible, I don't think any of them would see me. You scared me, Gigi. You actually scared me. Get out of my way, please. No, no, no.
Boo! You will regret that.
Don't cast suicide. Whatever you don't attack. Don't attack. No fighting, okay? We are friendly. Okay, we're out of there. Let's try this one. Yeah, I thought he was cursing me or something. Okay, there's a wisp. Hope it's not that as bad as Sangnif's Kingmaker wisps. Alright, only the tough one left, but if we can get there, we don't have to return now, since it's the final one. It is wild magic, you're sorry. Oh, maybe I need to lure them here to kill them. I did this one. Which one didn't I do? I didn't do this one. I don't look invisible anymore. Though I am. Can you please? Let me pass. I'll just squeeze through. Thank you. Chamber of the Mythalar. Okay. We did it. No resting is allowed here. But that's fine. No, really? Same bug? We'll use the Melandil technique. And it works! It works like a charm. I'm sure I mistyped it to 2 L's. We can't have that kind of a mistake.
Never try to save my life again.
Aww.
You can only see what I see, old friend. I am joined with the Mythal now. Who needs
What does the mythos let you see, Herodotus?
I can see all the vastness of the Anorak. To the west, a Thorian queen.
Your final boss? Okay.
That will become her only daughter. To the east, the tent of an old Bedine man is buried beneath a sandstorm.
This is the power Xanos once wanted. Now I find myself repulsed by it and by what we have become. I can see your doom, Halfork. Yes, soon.
And I see you, breathed in the mythos magic, even now. I see how death clings to you, waiting in the shadows. Within the hour, your life will be over.
The mythal will destroy you. Let it go.
Don't be a fool. It protects me, don't you see? I am safe in its embrace, and with its power, I shall have my
He's an evil hippie.
upon all.
Nah, you cannot be evil and hippie. It's impossible. You have lost your gaze that turns man to stone?
Lost. It was no loss. Such a small sacrifice to gain so much. I gambled everything for even a fraction of the mythos' power. Besides, my gaze has served its purpose. Has it not? You would know.
Enough talk. You tire so quickly of our conversation. Do I not hold your attention as once I did? Let us work together to conquer the world. It should be large enough for two to share. No? Your evil ends here and now, then.
With the mythos' power, no harm can come to me.
We are not leveling up. That's fine.
For old time's sake. Atop this city.
The thing is, I have lost all my buffs already.
This time I will turn you to ash, not to stone.
Are you sure? Weapon in effect, sir.
We won't both walk away from this.
Wretched creature, do you think to defy me?
Yes.
Wretched
Am I supposed to destroy them or do something else?
to defy me? Wretched creature, do you think to defy me? You wretched creature, do you think to defy me?
My steel will...
Am I doing the right
My
thing, chat?
steel will strike
Was I
true.
supposed to break them?
We won't both walk away from this.
Wretched creature, do you think to defy me?
You will regret.
Wretched creature, do you think to defy me?
Though I lost the items on the companion, I think. Maybe I'll be given time. choo choo. Will I be given time to strip my companion of items? No, I
The
guess not.
groaning city begins to lean in its flight like a wounded bird. The crash into the ground that marks the second fall of Undrentide is heard and felt throughout Faerun. Most folk will stop and wonder and never know how close Yorick is to dominating them through the sheer power of the long-buried past. Some, however, such as the Harpers, know well the part you played in Hioridus' end. They name you a hero, and throughout the realms, songs are sung of the sacrifices that you and Drogon made for them all. As for your own fate after escaping into the plane of shadow, it is unknown, even to the Harpers. The slave collar shattered on Ashtara's death, so you are free.
Huzzah!
Wherever your adventures lead
Hey,
you,
Sandok.
however, one thing is certain. Your own tale is far from over.
So, thoughts? Original campaign was needlessly long. I wish SOU was as that long. As long as that one. I enjoyed this a lot more than the original campaign. Any part of it. But I need to go back to my save, strip the campaign and redo the fight. How are you, Sandak? Good to see you. You been here? Well, thank you for the lurk so far. Yeah, I think I will too. We shall see. We watched these credits, right? These are the same as the original. Okay. Let's do this again. How are things? We finished the expansion, but I have to take the items from my companion and export the character, so we are redoing a small part of it. Actually, I don't have to redo it, right? I just have to take the items, export the character. That's all. Let's do the fight anyway.
If you could only see what I see. Wretched creature, do you think to defy? Wretched creature, do you think to defy?
Spoilers. Oh, how to give takes your gear? Ah. Well, that's fine. I was about to find out anyway.
Wretched creature, do you think to defy me? Wretched creature.
We
Do you
won't both.
think to defy me?
If you like Kotu benefits immensely by the facts you are going to compare against the Sea and Undertide.
Wretched creature. Do you think to defy?
Yeah, maybe.
Wretched creature. Do you think to defy? Wretched creature.
Can I get up?
Do you think to defy?
Why are they exploding now?
You
Who's breaking them?
wretched creature. Do you think to defy?
I must speak with you.
Yes, let's see. Okay. We won again. Hey.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Master, also. Have you done packing? Are you done? Have you finished packing? What's happening now? The camera is showing the wrong spot. That's interesting. Hey, we are over there. What are you shooting, cameraman? Alright, what we are going to do is we are going to start O2, but we are going to end without actually playing. We are going to see how it starts and watch a cutscene if there's one. This must be the final one. This is weird. What effect did I have on me? To be down to 19 AC. Anyway, that's fine. Not you, yes.
Waterdeep, one of the greatest cities in all of Faerun. It is home to a multitude of peaceful townfolk from all races and all walks of life. Beneath Waterdeep, however, lies a different realm. This is the deep dungeon known as Undermountain. Built by the mad wizard Halaster. Here, Halaster tests adventurers who trespass therein with the deadliest of traps and the most dangerous of creatures. All but the luckiest meet their deaths in its dark halls. Regardless of this presence beneath them, the people of Waterdeep feel safe enough. For while one may enter Undermountain, it is rare that anything actually comes out. Until now. For there is another realm that exists beneath even Undermountain. A place of shadows and evil, known only as the Underdark. It is here that the sinister dark elves known as the Drow rule next to other subterranean horrors unknown to most on the surface world above. It is the Drow who now lead an army of these creatures into the streets of Waterdeep, besieging the city from below in a campaign of blood and terror. And in their darkest hour, the lords of Waterdeep have issued a call for a hero, someone who can face these dark elves and all their brethren in their own land, someone who can defeat the hordes of the Underdark.
Okay. I'm impressed. I don't know how this connects to what we did in the Shadows of Unreal, but you know.
I trust that your preparations are complete.
Very nearly, Dread Mistress. It should only be a matter of...
Do not test my patience, Iblith. Would you have me wait? I, the terror of all the Underdark? The Dark Queen of Shadow?
Of course not, my mistress.
Then proceed. I wish to see this being who my agents say can stop my great rise.
I do not believe anyone could stop you now, great Valshep.
So I thought. But my agents have resources beyond the means of mortals. This one will be my undoing, so they say, if I do not act in time. So proceed, wizard. I will wait no further.
A spider. That's actually cool.
What is this? A surfacer? And a male, no less.
Why is that guy walking?
Your spells become faulty, fool?
No, mistress. This is indeed an image of the one who shall defeat you.
I will not be defeated. This image shows but a threat. It shall be dealt with like the others. You, male, remove this dead fool and summon my red sisters. Now.
Is that us? Is that Raymond? I can't tell.
Whoever you are and whatever threat you pose, you will not be able to hide. The drow shall
Yeah, not
strike
there.
swiftly
That's an image.
and with
Hologram.
mercy.
You stand shivering in the chill night air, sweat coursing down your body. You are somehow woken suddenly from your slumber, leaping from your bed to face what? Where are my items? The memory of your strange dream still rings clearly in your head, along with an inner alarm that tells you all is not right. Suddenly, you notice a drow elf. What's a drow elf? It's either a dark elf or a drow. It's ray tracing. Okay. She appears to be trying to break into the chest with your personal belongings. What?
We won't both walk away from this.
The pretty young woman rushes in, a mixture of fear and concern on her face. You vaguely remember her as the daughter of the innkeeper.
Excuse me, is everything... Oh my word!
She finally spots the corpse of the dwarf thief and covers her mouth in R. That's the dwarf thief. She stole my equipment. I see. The girl looks down at the corpse again, revulsion evident on her face. The dwarf woman, is she dead? Yes, I killed the thief. I don't think she was just a thief, my lord. She probably took her equipment so you would be defenseless when the dwarf assassin showed up. That's been the pattern for the other attacks. I think I was warned, actually. Something woke me up. Then you're a lucky man, my lord. Many important people have been attacked in their homes here in Waterdeep, but unlike you, they haven't survived. But how could this thief even have known that you were here? You only just arrived to the city. I'll have to tell father about this. We take pride in the safety of our guests. The thief must have used magic. That's the only way she could have gotten in here undetected. Well, you pride in your safety of the guests, and then you say the thief must have used magic, as if you are living in some, you know, in the real world. You live in Waterdeep, right? She must have used the same magic to send your equipment back to wherever she came from. Any idea where I could get some replacement gear? Tamsil frowns. Father's gathered weapons, armor, and other equipment here at the inn to help in the defense of Waterdeep. Anyone working to save the city is welcome to any of it. Everything is stored in the armory just across the hall. Just take whatever you need. Thank you, I'll go there right away. I know the equipment in the armory isn't suitable for a hero like Raymond, but it's best we've got. Now please excuse me, I have to go speak with my father. I'll tell him what happened here, but it would be best if you didn't mention it to the other guests. We don't want to start a panic in the inn. Father will take steps to see this doesn't happen again. I have a few questions if you don't mind. She blushes slightly, looking away. Oh, but I would sooner allow you to get dressed, my lord. I'm sure my father could answer any questions you have. Indulge me, please. As you wish, my lord. What would you like to know? Do you have a name? We met ever so briefly last night when you arrived. I'm Tamsil, the Ernan's daughter. I helped my father run the inn, more or less. What do you know about me? Only that you are a famed adventurer, my lord, and perhaps city's only hope. She pauses for a moment, unsure of whether or not to continue. I must admit, I was expecting someone a little bit more... Heroes are rarely what you expect, remember that. She thinks... She thinks on your words for a moment and brightens. You're probably right, my lord. I'm sorry for being so rude. She smiles wistfully. To tell the truth, my lord, I'm a bit envious of your life. My father would never let me face the dangers you do, however. Tell me what's going on in the city. Waterdeep has been assaulted for several weeks now by the creatures of Undermountain, Dark Elves and far worse. Nobody seems to know what their plan is, if they have one. The city has been in chaos. Thank the gods you arrived before the city was closed. What do you mean the city was closed? The Lords of Waterdeep finally sealed the city gates and streets this morning. No one is allowed to travel anywhere except for the militia. If you hadn't arrived when you did, they probably wouldn't even let you into the city. Well, maybe they would have, I don't know. I want to know what your father is planning. He has been ordered by the Lords of Waterdeep to organize an expedition into the Undermountain to try and stop the raids. I really should let him be the one to tell you all the details. There are a lot of adventurers downstairs waiting to hear what he has to say. You should join them, my lord. Thank you, you can go. Goodbye, my lord. Once you have what you need from the armory, please go downstairs in the main room. My father is waiting there to speak to you. Alright. Don't read the chat, okay, I'm not reading. Send me a moo when it's safe to read. I will save again in the meantime.
Moo.
Okay, it's safe. No, read chat, you said funny stuff.
Moo.
I don't know what went on there. Anyway, that's fine. Let's move on. Okay, we are done for today. I'm going to end slightly early. I'm not, because I don't want to start Hordes of the Underdark right now. Mistake. I'm going to start it properly tomorrow. So yes, who to raid? You could raid Nebu. You could raid Bogu. We have raided Bogu recently. But it's been a while since we raided Nebu, so let's go there. You are like vaguely familiar with the Forgotten Realms. I am, yes. Vaguely familiar. Alright, raid started. Thanks so much for being here. I really enjoyed the expansion much more than the original campaign. I'm only vaguely, maybe a little bit more than vaguely, but not much more really. I don't know much lore, honestly. Yeah, it was shorter than I thought it would be. I didn't expect to finish it today, let alone finish early due to finishing the game. But yeah, that's happened. So I think Hordes of the Underdark should, since it's longer, it should take tomorrow and all of next week probably, but that means it's going to end soon. That means game 16 is going to end soon, and that in turn means the poll is going to be over, and right now Disco Elysium is winning. If you are interested in voting, go to the Discord, cast your votes. You might get one of the other games to win. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for everything. Thanks for the lurks and the chats and everything else. If you have enjoyed the stream, consider giving me a follow. That helps me a lot. And hopefully, I will see you tomorrow when I will be back for Hordes of the Underdark. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well. Goodbye for now.